dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want to right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone has had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to resting on the weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tonight's topic is the dragon versus the eagle with your host, Byron and Marie Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky. Remember, guys, thumbs up the live when you come in. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Patel Cruikshank, Track and Stream TV, Don Mel, Beverly, Doris McCoy, Yvonne Johnson saying, good night, Mr. and Mrs. Mystic Sensation, and to each and everyone in Jesus' name, amen. Truck Life, Laris Beckford, Hurricane Hattie, Rosa, Rennie Swaby, Jennifer Simpson, Marva Dice, Douglas, Joan, Beres White, Merlin Mollioson, Damian Goss, Jeffrey Worrell, Paula Facey, Untamed Congal, Cecile Phillips, John Scott, JP, Blendon, David Webster, Daniel Taylor, Totlin Thompson, Marcia Brown, Yvette Lewin, out of many, Carol Gill, bless up, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as we go ahead, I will welcome each and every one. If the chat gets out of control, you know it's going to be an umbrella welcome. Again, welcome everyone and bless up. UB Comrade 1 PNP, welcome. Before I hand over to Baron, just going to ask Pastor Ricky to lead us up in a word of prayer.
Good night, everyone. God bless you, Lady Anne-Marie, Sir Byron, Sir Melting Pot, and everyone in the chat. Father, we thank you this afternoon as we, your children, are gathered in your name, in your presence for such a time as this in history. We thank you for this platform, Mystic Sensation, along with Lady Anne-Marie and her husband, Sir Byron. We thank you for the work that they have put together night in, night out to educate, to empower, to equip your people with knowledge, revelation, information, and understanding. And so tonight, as we're gathered along with Melting Pot, we pray, mighty God, and everyone in the chat, that we will have a night, mighty God, where our hearts will be open to receive and our ears will incline to what we hear. And may tonight's teaching fall on good ground, hallelujah, and germinate in our hearts and bring forth much fruit. Bless Jamaica land we love and the people of Jamaica in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right.
Thank you much for that. Okay, go ahead, Barry.
Okay. Thank you, Wifey, for that usual wonderful precursor in terms of meet and greet our people. I want to say a big thanks to all the subscribers who continue to, align with us, continue to supporting us with their wonderful energy. We want to say, blessings to the panel, right? Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot, right? I know that, of course, their skill in analyzing things as it relates to their critical thinking skills. Now, let me say this, Jamaica, that tonight we'll be traveling through stormy seas. And we want to speak to Jamaica as it relates to truthfulness. Because truthfulness brings about fulfillment. Right? And when I said fulfillment, people want to know the facts. And anytime you see personal persons, right, that hell-bent in continuing to fool the nation, continuing to lie, continuing to deceive, we should know that those persons who are in leadership deserve not to be in leadership. It's as plain and simple as that, very simple. We have the leadership lack to protect its people. Now we are going to reveal a lot of things tonight. Now, yes, a bowler VNR 2.0, big up yourself. People remember, always go over and endorse Bowler. Bowler is doing an excellent job in terms of breaking down the things and analyzing the things. So from once you see Bowler, right, make sure that you're doing the do in supporting Bowler. Bless up yourself, Bowler. Now, having saying that, truthfulness is important when you're in leadership, right? Good quality. You have seen the Prime Minister double down and lie and telling the Jamaican people that they are not to trust the People's National Party nor its leader. But let me just ask the Prime Minister a question. I want to know, Mr. Prime Minister, if we are to trust someone who decided not to sign the code of conduct as it relates to the 7 principles of good governance. Are we to trust a Prime Minister that his statutory declaration cannot be certified? Are we to trust a Prime Minister who knew very well, as it relates to the 90s financial meltdown and the participants of the 1995 financial meltdown, especially and primarily you cross-carry? Now, we are seeing where the Prime Minister, along with you cross-carry and others, plan and execute and leach SSL, and as such the result that over 200 accounts being pilfered. Tonight is going to be very serious. We want to show the tentacles of the corruption as it relates to Andrew Holness. We have seen that you have your vloggers, and where your vloggers intertwine and mix up with corruption. Yes. And we have seen that you put your vloggers in places to collect money, lacking meritocracy, putting them in areas that they have no skill set for, no requirement. We have seen Shopper John But it is not only Chopper John's arm alone. Tonight, my people, tonight, Jamaica, I am going to show you the length and breadth of Andrew Owen's corruption. Eroy Clark, Darrell Valls, and let me tell the Jamaican people this. Darrell Valls is the trigger man for the corruption for Andrew Owen. Yes. Now, tell me about that, Darrell Valls. Darrell Valls, you are the trigger man for the corruption as it relates to Andrew Owen. Yes. And you will be getting a visit from Marco Rubio. Serious times ahead, you know, people. Very serious times ahead that Andrew Owen's corruption caught up into a geopolitical affairs, and I'm going to show the people with evidence. Yes, Andrew Owen's. Marco Rubio will be visiting you. You think that Marco Rubio is just coming as a result of just, getting rid of doctors? No, man, much bigger than that. We are going to break it down and show the people. That's why tonight is very hot. I am asking Pastor Ricky and I'm asking Melting Pot to tighten their seatbelt, because we are going to take off right now. Now, Mr. Eroy Clark, you have lined up the vloggers, right, to create propaganda, not only to create propaganda, to create corruption in the system. Political kickbacks. We are going to show it tonight. Now, Keisha Mack. Yeah, man, my first topic is about you, Keisha Mack. So I want for persons who can tap Keisha Mack as it relates to a series of propaganda. When I finish with Keisha Mack tonight, we are also is going to send signal to the Auditor General. We are also is going to make a report to the Integrity Commission investigators, because we have to look into your circumstances, Keisha Mack. So we are telling you to prepare for that. Now, let us play the first clip. Let us play the first clip and show you how Eroy Clark, right, highlighting the vloggers, right? And of course, their extended arm of corruption. So let us look and hear Eroy Clark, so proud in Parliament, the corruption reaching Parliament, the acceptance of the corruption reaching Parliament. So Eroy Clark, we are coming to you, right? So when you realize this, Jamaica, you see the syndicate of corruption. Andrew Owen's led administration is a kleptocratic government. Let us hear Eroy Clark. Let us hear Eroy Clark.
One sec, guys.
When you see that they are so barefaced with their corruption that they know even so dry eye with their corruption that they take the corruption and, you know, they're free to announce the corruption in Parliament. Is to show you how devious Andrew Owen's administration is. So, without any hesitation, my people, right, let's hear this.
To our social media warriors like Keisha Mack, Alex Higgs, Selena, Oral Campbell, Bridget Watson, Donovan De Paz, Black Italian, Jay Brown, Alex Jano, Mr. and Mrs. Dottyman, Chopper John West from the Chopping Block, who is our personal Ian Harding. I know that 85% or so of us sitting in Parliament can attest to the measurable support of the chopping block, especially during the election season. Madam Speaker, on the eve of the nomination day in 2016.
All right. So they're proud to announce a chopping block during an election season. That they guarantee the support of these vloggers, right, to go out and spread their propaganda, including Big Mama. And if you notice my Jamaican people, they all breaching corruption from Big Mama, from Chopper John, from Keisha Mac, that we are going to discuss tonight, and the level of corruption. Now, let me ask a question. I want to know, in the history as it relates to People's National Party Member of Parliament, have we ever seen a Member of Parliament get up in Parliament, right, highlighting vloggers in Parliament and telling the world at large that these are vloggers, that they utilize them when it's come to the campaign period, and they are depending on their support? Now, have you heard any People's National Party Member of Parliament has ever done that? Right? Come on. The quorum is an essence to be respected. Time and place for everything. Respect your office and respect that you are representing the people. However, you meddle down in the corruption. Now, here I Clark, let us show the world as it relates to what you are representing, right? And your affiliation, your association, wherever way you want to put it, that you associated, right, with persons in your close quarters who are drugs barren. Am I lying? Here I Clark. Am I lying? Let us show your first baby mother, right, who charged, found guilty, and served prison term for drugs. And you have the audacity, right, to represent us in Parliament. Let us show the world your first baby mother was convicted for drugs. Without any delay on it, bring up that. Okay. Let us bring up that. And I want Eli Clark to deny this. Your association, you're a parliamentarian, and in your close quarters, people, there it is, Tanya Costa. There's the prison number, register number 61166-053. Register number, age 50, race black, sex female. Released on the 30th, 2003. Takes away my wonderful technical operator and my wife indeed. Let us move on to wife number 2. I am only showing Jamaica. Affiliation and association of so-called parliamentarians who involved in the art of corruption and Andrew Holness extended tentacles of corruption. Let us go to baby mother number 2. Patrice Ricketts. Now, Eli Clark, am I lying? Can you debunk me on this information that I'm sharing here? Baby mother drugs baron number 2, Patrice Ricketts, registered prison number 32721-060, age 55, race black, released on 06/14/1990. Take that away. Just going through. Now remember, why do you think we are doing this? Andrew Holness asked a question. As a matter of fact, Andrew Holness make a statement. Andrew Holness said he's not going to allow Jamaica to take over by someone who cannot be trusted in reference to the People's National Party. So, Andrew Holness, I'm showing out the records. And we know you can't run and can't hide it. Marco Rubio is coming. Now, let us go to Keisha Mark. Yes, Eli Clark stood in Parliament and spoke about Keisha Mark from the shopping block, the Chopper John, and all of that. Now, let us bring up Keisha Mark's resume as it relates to the municipality. Resume. Let us get into her CV on it. Bring it up. Application and resume. Shauna Gay Brown. Now, let me tell you something. Keisha Mark, remember, you come in at the kitchen. We never asked you to come in at the kitchen. And remember, we are just now turning up the heat in the kitchen. I'm going to read it out for the people. I am just turning up the heat in the kitchen. I hope you don't run because the heat is turning up in the kitchen. Right? Now, the chairman, Montego Bay Metro Company Limited, applying for the job. You're applying for the job. The chairman, Montego Bay Metro Company Limited, Bogue Industrial Estate, White Sand Beach, PO, Montego Bay, St. James. You, Darrell Vaz, I'm going to deal with you, because you are the trigger man for the corruption. Let me tell the Jamaican people, please. And this is Keisha Mark resume. Dear sir / madam, re-application for general manager position. As per advertisement in the Western Mirror dated Friday, October 15, 2021, I hereby apply for the position of general manager within your organization. Now, Keisha Mark, you don't have the qualification for the position. Eh? Let me tell the people them. You do not have the qualification for this position. I possess the requisite skills to lead and mobilize a team to ensure that the organization goals and objectives are met. Keisha Mark, why do you think I'm reading out this? Because of everything that you say here in your resume. And we are going to show the people your obvious corruption. Hear what you're saying here in Keisha Mark. That you possess the requisite skills to lead and mobilize a team to ensure what? That the organization goals and objectives are met. Keisha Mark, this is a big thing that you're saying. Additionally, I am a self-motivated, honest, hardworking, and reliable individual who believes that I will be an asset to your establishment. Let me just go over back that little line there. Hear what what you're saying here, Keisha. Let me read it off for you. I am a self-motivated, honest, hardworking and reliable individual who believes that I will be an asset to your establishment. Therefore, or hence, I am confident that if given the opportunity, the company's expectations will be met. What you say here, Keisha? You said if given the opportunity, the company's expectations will be met. Me only to make it clear enough before melting pot coming in. Thus creating the opportunity for further growth and development of the organization. Now, me know, so when Pastor Ricky catch you, Pastor Ricky is going to pray for you. Attaches a copy of my resume which gives further details of my abilities and experience. Your favorable response is anticipated, and I'll be able to attend an interview at any time convenient to you. Now let us look on your career overview. An experienced, self-motivated professional with over 10 years of experience in business management who possesses sound leadership skills and abilities that can successfully lead a team, yes, to achieve the organizational goals and objectives. This now come down in your CV. To make a positive contribution to an organization that has a vision to grow the value of the goods and services it provides. This is what this is your objective. Let us read over your objective, because where I am going to go with you, Jamaica is going to shock. Let us read Keisha objective. What is the objective? To make a positive contribution to an organization that has a vision to grow the value of the goods and services it provides, which includes the development of its employees, who will have an integral role to play in making it a vision of success. This sounds like Andrew Warren's promise. The way how you guys articulating the promise, but nothing to be delivered, empty shell. Let us look at the skill summary. Decision-making ability, analytical skills, strategic and budgetary planning, innovative thinking, leadership skills, sound interpersonal and communication skills, personal management skills, professional trainer, knowledge of logistics, radio broadcaster, motivational speaker, author and writer, right? Education, CICA, International University and Seminary 2018 to 2019, Leverage Leadership University 2016 to 2018, Delaware State University 2016 to 2016. I don't know where that is going. Industrial Security Professional, Training Center Limited 2016 to 2016. Same year, blah, blah, blah. So this is a lot of mix up here. So University College of the Caribbean, right? 2003 to 2006. Brownstone Community College, right? Position held class representative, right? Now, take it away. Now, Keisha, all of the persons who are listening to me tonight had learned about your objectives. That if you've been employed, if you're given the opportunity, you're going to meet the institutional goals. And you have the ability to train and develop. But okay. Well, we are telling Jamaica that of course you are giving the opportunity because you're a vlogger, vlogging for the Jamaica Labour Party. And so then let us go get into where your skills, where your responsibility, where your task is going to be, audited as it relates to a performance matrix, and where you feel that critical audit miserably, and where it has essence of deep corruption. That is why we are going to speak to the Auditor General. We are going to make sure that the Integrity Commission look into this. We are going to make sure. So, stand by. Now, bring up the document, wife. Let us go to the audit itself. We are getting to the audit. Because, you know, this reached to me and I have to deal with it. Yeah. So, my Jamaica people, this is the 2024 internal audit that are done by the ministers, that are done by the auditors, sorry. Here it is, Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transport. When I finish with this, right, I am going to ask my critical thinkers to come with their analysis. So please, my critical thinkers, take out your pen and your notepad. Montego Bay Metro Special Audit Final Report. That is what we are going to go through. Now, Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport Internal Audit Unit, July 22, 2024. Internal Audit Report. So we are not going to go through the table of contents, right? We are just passing through to get to the audit itself. And I'm going to explain the audit. Right? I'm going to go through the objectives because we know what an audit does. Right? So we don't have to go through that. So here's the audit. Right? Here's the audit. Let me take Jamaican people through this. So 1.6 summary of significant finding and recommendations, people. Now let us look at the first criteria. The first criteria under the performance matrix. Compliance with the Government of Jamaica Corporate Governance Framework and Public Bodies Management Act. Remember, you know, we look on Keisha Mack CV, and Keisha Mack said that she will uphold the values of the company. Now look here, people. Let me show you. Here it is. Look at the condition. This is the finding. Condition means the finding, right? Here, where the most is partially met. No. Not met. Yes. Nothing has been done. Now look. No corporate secretary appointed. Keisha Mack, listen up. Board minutes not signed by chairman. Want to hear that, people? No board meeting in 3 months. Want to hear that, Jamaica? Look who angling our affairs. 2.1.6 strategic plan, operational plan, and budget have no evidence of board approval or review. No, people, want to hear that? What? I want the panel be peculiar with these observations. Pay special attention. 2.1.6 strategic plan, operational plan, and budget have no evidence of board approval or review. These things automatically, as it relates to the institution, must be approved by the board. None of that. 2.1.9 ineffective board committees. And so then when they said ineffective board committees, either they are saying that you don't have adequate members on the board, or they're not qualified. or these people are not qualified to be on the board. So I want Jamaican people to follow me. 2.1.9, ineffective board committees, either they don't have the adequate members on the board, or these people are not qualified for the task at hand. No self-evaluation done for the board. Because guess what? These people who are so-called on the board are not qualified. When you look at this now, people, no documented and approved SOP, which means standard operating procedure. What can go so? No, this need a ball out. 2.1.15, unauthorized changes to the MOF, Minister of Finance and Planning prescribed reporting structure. People know look this, man. Unauthorized changes. No. I mean, you can't make up this little people. Unauthorized changes to the Minister of Finance. Ministry of Finance, I'm saying. Ministry of Finance and Planning prescribed reporting structure. My God, you can't make up this. No, sir. No, Derek Vaz, you are the Minister of Transportation. Now, let us see the rating that the risk factor in these regards is very high. Here it is, high. It can't get any higher. Now, here are the recommendations. Let us read the recommendations, people. The current, right, MBM board of directors in support of good governance, let me want to teach them up, should move with alacrity to 1, ensure the board is properly constituted and staffed and operating effectively, just like what I said. Either it is short staff or persons on the board, right, are not qualified to be on the board, incompetent. Number 2, perform the self-evaluations annually. Number 3, perform performance evaluation for the general manager annually. 4, ensure that the SOP, standard operating procedures, are completed, approved, and implemented. The organizational structure should be returned to the design laid down by, right, the Ministry of Finance and Planning. Any future changes should be approved by the Ministry of Finance and Planning prior to being implemented. Now let us go down here, people. Problem there tonight, you know. Mr. Problem there tonight. And here is Andrew who said, don't trust the People's National Party. Don't trust Mark Golden. And you know why you're not to trust Mark Golden? Because Mark Golden 3-year statutory declaration has been certified, and mine don't certify it, so don't trust him. And you know why you know why you're not to trust Mark Golden? Because Mark Golden signed the code of conduct, and all of his members of parliament follow him and sign the code of conduct. And guess what? You need to trust me, because I did not sign the code of conduct, and also I influenced my members of parliament not to sign the code of conduct. So you need to trust me. Now, this is what we call alternative reality. Now, let us look. Compliance with the FAA Act and instruction regarding the maintenance of government bank accounts. Bang around there tonight, you know, people. Bang around there tonight. Now, let me just measure it up so the people them can't see it, you know, because I don't want the people them believe say, me are putting nothing in this here. No. Partially met, nothing over here. So see there?
Not met.
Not met. Not met. See the stick there? See the stick there? Now, let's go into this. 2.2.1. Ineffective bank reconciliation control. No, man. No, man. Hold on. Be the people. Hold on. I want the people to understand what that means. ineffective bank reconciliation control. People, let me tell you what that means. If you have an effective bank reconciliation control, a bank reconciliation report, what does it do? It simply means it tracks all transactions, right? Payables and receivables, and able to identify what we call variances. And so then if you have, it is a reflection between two reports, right? Whatever report system that Tisha Mack is using, right? It's supposed to balance within the reconciliation control. So I want the panel to get that in. 2.2.2, unrevived and undated bank record. What about the backside is? Unreviewed and undated bank reconciliations. Look at that. Inaccurate bank reconciliations.
I think the people don't know them job. Whoever the accountant don't know what they're doing, or it's deliberate.
No, come on. This has to be deliberate.
I'm just saying.
Inaccurate bank reconciliations. I mean, they're lying on the report.
That's where they're stealing money to, because it can't.
They're lying on the report. Late enlargement of funds up to 4 years late. No, man. Read it. 2.2.7. Depletion of over 25 million in project funds with no significant projects. What a backside this year.
Money chop.
Hold on. I chop it on a work, so because I'm chopping a go on a thing. Right here, sir. Depletion of over $25 million in project funds with no significant project undertaken. So you have pay up money and no job not done. You have pay up people money.
No,
and not go.
you sure pay it and in a pocket. It did.
But hold on there. Look back up. Look back up. At the same behavior going in the Ministry of Health, you know. We're over $720 billion in the Ministry of Health. At least behavior going in there. And we are no appropriation account not being submitted for how much years. And then guess what? Not only the Ministry of Health, it gone through various ministries, including
the tree.
Including the PM.
Including the mastermind. So then when we are talking as it relates to the nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, this is how the money now cannot be accounted for. $3 trillion in losses, people. This is how they are taking out the money. Now, this a man to go behind. Can you imagine? Kingston with a bigger operation, what they go on? That's all.
The KSMAC on the Delroy.
What a bang around this year. Honestly, the reason why people Andrew Wallet put in Trigger Man in the Ministry of Transportation. You're going to tell me that Derek Vaz don't know about this? He's at the helm. He is at the helm, and let's don't know why I'm doing it. But we know him know, right? Because now we never tell him so we go to Mexico go collect no money in Mexico. None of it in Jamaica never tell him we go to Mexico, we go make no United States flag him. You understand? And see them now, Marco Rubio, they come down here now. Yes, none of it never tell him we go to Mexico go collect no big money, you know. Remember, you know, his visit and money being collect, you understand, ending up with people go prison, you know. ending up shorting visa got taken away. But pay eating at the room at night. Now, let us look at the recommendations, people. Management, you know what? Remember, read it properly. Keep them up. See that a high risk, Remember, read it properly, people. Keep them up should ensure that bank reconciliations and all similar controls bear the signature of the preparer and the date of preparation. When we hear that, people, bang around there tonight, all should be subject to timely and effective review and should be signed and dated by the reviewer as evidence of same. A separate bank account should be created to prevent commingling. What mean? Now, commingling simply means when you mix up the thing, and it cannot be audited to create confusion. Want to see what I go on to people? So these actions are deliberate and allow for the proper accountability and transparency in the use of project funds. What do you hear that, people? What do you hear that, people? I am taking this report further. The Auditor General need to look into this. Let me come here. Compliance with the duty of care per occupational health and safety Act 2017. See it again, people. Fail. Not met. Not met. 2.3.1. Dilapidated workshop placing life and property in danger left unaddressed for over 5 years. Now, people, remember Andrew Wooley's government for over 9 years. Because all the road infrastructure in Jamaica to be dilapidated. Because of neglect. Right? So they all prepare to damage Jamaica. See that? High risk, people. High risk. High risk. Here, management recommendation is encouraged to give due priority to the health and safety of staff and to act in a manner which safeguard the assets of the entity. Let us look on the last 1 year and then we go to the panel because compliance with the reporting requirement, reprocurement, because this is one nice. No. See that? Not met. Not met. So there is no proper procurement procedure being taken place. And this happened throughout most of Andrew Wooley's ministries. Right? And Andrew Wooley control 19 agencies under his responsibility. You are going to tell me that this man is not a crook? And yet we are to trust him without these things going on with taxpayers' money? And we are to trust him and not trust Mark Goley, who statutory declaration certified every year, submitted on time, and who signed the code of conduct, and we are not to trust him? No. 89.5 million in contracts, each exceeding 500,000, not reported to the OCG Integrity Commission. But now the Integrity Commission know this enough. So, Creature Mark, you stand there enough. You depend on social media level plan, and I tell you lie them. You never know if come up in this. 2.4.3, 89.5 million in contracts, each exceeding $500,000 not reported to the OCG/Integrity Commission. Well, guess what? Mystic Sensation is going to report it. Now, it is recommended that management ensure all contracts that exceed 500,000 is reported to the Integrity Commission as per Integrity Commission Act. This is high level of criminality, and I'm calling it for what it is. Take it away, honey. Take it away. Hold on, please.
First and then come
yes.
Back. Yeah, and talk first and then come back to it.
Hold on. Let me read out this. Hold on the people because me see our next beef is something here, so Nothing make gonna get all right, you know.
Hold on, something is happening. Hold on, one sec, guys. Let me just. Okay.
Hold on. We'll get back to that because more beef upon the meat here. Just hold on the panel. Nothing get to more beef upon the meat, man. Keisha, man, you stand up in compliance with FAA Act and instruction regarding the control, receipt, and payment of government funds. Not make people sit here and no me a say it. These are the internal audit, you know. See that? Not met stick. So look at good on the meat, you know, people. Look at good on the meat. 2.5.1 payment made without purchase order. How the box side is? No, sir. No, sir. Panel, you feel some shall read more? Because I get
no, you don't need to read no more. You don't need to read no more, Byron.
No,
because it'll take too long.
The people don't get what I meant, but I know you will.
People them get some more, man.
Make expose them, man. 2.5.4 missing payments from the GL, from the general ledger. See the people missing payment from the general ledger. 2.510 payment requisition processed without signature of the general manager. What the box side is? The accountant and accounting officer? No, sir.
The theft that took place and without the account 25.
Yes, because it's here now. 2.5.10 payment requisition process without signature of the general manager. Three of that. Three occurrences.
Without the account.
Without the accountant, 25 occurrences. Without the accounting officer, 185 occurrences on it. 2.5.11. Point 11. Deductions taken from staff for cash shortages reimbursed to them through petty cash. 2.6.1. Nearly 2 million in unapproved charters. 50% of our charters. 2.7.133 of deposit slips totaling 2.6 million. Missing second corroborating signature over the back side of one. Then hold on. Then if this they go on at the month to go be a metro. One to the Kingston metro. No, sir. Start lodgement of collections, late lodgement of collections, pattern of late non-recovery of shortages. 113 days to 3 years, you know. 500,000 in unverified root collections over 2 months, you know. Let us read the recommendation. Management should ensure that the existing controls and regulations surrounding the handling of public funds are consistently adhered to. Responsible officers should also be held accountable for non-compliance. Listen to me. The Integrity Commissioner know about this. They are going to know about this. Auditor General is going to. Mocha. I am going to see. You understand? We are going to prepare it. We are going to send it to Mocha. And I am going to see what is going to happen. We are going to see the level of corruption. Take it away. Take it away. Take it away. No. Let me kick off here to now. My Jamaican people. My Jamaican people. Let me ask this question. We have seen Keisha Mack reference an application for the job. And where Keisha Mack says she has the skills, the ability, the talent to follow the rules and guidelines of the institution. Now let him take it away and tell us what happened here.
Well, we are looking at corruption to the core, from top to bottom. First, I just want to say, good evening to you all. I greet you in the name of love. I just want to say that, recently we have seen a lot of content creator from within the Jamaica Labour Party. And as such, they have, spread their wing wide and far. Because as we all know, Keisha Mack was a content creator of the Jamaica Labour Party. Because content creator are bloggers, you know, tabloids and all these type of narrative, you can attribute it to them. And so, as Byron eloquently, you know, outlined in his opening segment, you know, these names were mentioned in Parliament as people who contributed to 85% of the parliamentarian being successful. Now, with all that being said, this is the same person that we see the fast track into government entities. And looking at what the CV said, that was a content creating CV as well. The only thing I can recognize on Keisha Mack's CV that would ring a bell is Delaware State University.
Hold on a minute, Pat. Make it talk, Jeffrey, pick up yourself. You understand? People don't know the logo. You understand? Jeffrey also doing hard work. Make sure send go up, right? Give him some endorsement and love. You understand? Show the love to the bloggers who are doing some hard work. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. Go ahead now, Metin.
Yeah, that was highlighting one thing I saw on her CV that I could, you know, lend some credence to was Delaware State University. Because that university, as we all know, is an institution of corruption. And she went there, and we saw where the Prime Minister went there and got a bogus doctorate attached to his name. And we all know about Delaware State University, you know, being charged in its jurisdiction in America for corruption. So everything points to Keisha Mack having a master degree in corruption. Nothing as it stated in her CV regarding her ability to carry out the functional duty that she fictitiously put on that CV. So Keisha Mack should never have been in any government office or entity, because Keisha Mack is just a blogger, plain and simple, a content creator, a mischief maker for the Jamaica Labour Party, a PR personnel that, you know, put together lie and fictitious, you know, evidence and come out with it and trick the people of Jamaica. So Keisha Mack is a corrupted element in a Jamaican society. And, you know, this is why we are seeing all these variances as it relates to her being in charge of an entity that we are looking at millions of dollars that cannot be accounted for. That as we look at the report that Byron read, those money were stolen using fictitious, you know, job description and non-signature and all type of bangarang. So Keisha Mack have a lot to answer to. But I mean, the entire Jamaica Labour Party have a lot to answer to. Because all of them practice the same content, you know, of corruption is what they like to participate in. It's a widespread disease within the Jamaica Labour Party. So I don't know what will become of Keisha Mack, but Keisha Mack, with all these allegations now, you know, being attached to you, you're not supposed to be on the ballot either. You're not supposed to be involved in no political, you know, administration. And in so keeping, you're not supposed to be in the space of the electorate. Because you're a corrupted person. I'm seeing some long prison sentence now awaiting you. And that is in shortcoming. Because everything, you know, the table going to turn come September. Because, I mean, we see we are $3.8 trillion unaccounted for. And what we are looking at coming out of Keisha Mack administration is a portion of the 3.3 trillion. And Jamaica people should have been benefiting from these money, these vast amount of millions, but instead some individuals and their cronies, ambassador attached to them, they are the one who are benefiting. Now, when you mention killer vase, you know, we know it's the trigger finger in the Jamaica Labour Party. That's why the SSL whistleblower mentioned him being in charge of the Jamaica Labour Party account in a SSL. He was the person in charge of all the Jamaica Labour Party account in a SSL. This same nasty Darrell Vaz, who should have never entered into Jamaica politics based on what was known of him when he was a teenager, growing up. That man caused Jamaica a lot of money by we having to abandon daylight saving time. I want the Jamaican people to know all of this. But this is the same man now who is well up in the Jamaica Labour Party as a high-ranking politician in the Jamaica Labour Party. A criminal. So when them catch all a little sprat like Keisha Mack, them are going to corrupt her. Because Keisha Mack does not have the level of qualification for any of the position that she was making mention of. In terms of growing a company and managing people and making it better and all these things and being honest and hard-working. Hard-working, stealing Jamaican taxpayers' money. That's the only hard-working aspect of Keisha Mack. Hard-working, planning how to formulate corruption and how to defraud the Jamaican government coffers. You understand? So we are looking at prison time for Keisha Mack. And we want the report now to be sent off to the Integrity Commission. And I don't know about the agents them such as MOCA, CTAX and Indicom because they have been non-existent for an awful long time, you know. But I only hope that matters like these can spark a resurgence in their operation. And for once in their period, they come out and do something that will, you know, give renewable hopes to Jamaican as it relates to criminality and corruption. Because if these agencies were acting on information and working assiduously to pursue criminal, Jamaica wouldn't have this problem. You know, so I'm just waiting on the outcome. But as I say, she's looking at some hard days in prison ahead of her. Because I know Mark G and the new administration will not spare Keisha Mack for the corruption. Keisha Mack has to be held accountable. And Keisha Mack, if you know what I know, you resign. Resign from your post. Because we are cleaning up the landscape of corruption in Jamaica. And we are parliamentarians are concerned. We have no leverage offering you guys. We will not spare the rod and spoil you anymore. All of you have to face up to the time that fit the crime. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky, you know the button still. Thanks, Melting Pot, for that impact there. Pastor Ricky, take it away.
Thank you. We're dealing with a criminal enterprise in the Jamaica Labour Party. And I mean, every week we come on, it's more revelations of the criminality. We're dealing with a transnational organized crime syndicate of crooked, corrupt politicians in the Jamaica Labour Party. And when Sheroy glorified these criminals in the parliament, on the floor of the parliament, that says they contributed to 85% of the Jamaica Labour Party criminals being elected in 2016. Now you see they've been rewarded with positions in companies that they're not qualified to have. And this is just show you the level of cronyism, nepotism, skullduggeries that this criminal enterprise continue to demonstrate daily. Now, I believe, and we've said this before, and we'll say it again with all power and authority, that the criminal Valls needs to resign from office. He's disqualified. He's not worthy. The buck stops with him. He's the in 2024, as the internal audit read, he was and still is the Minister of Energy and Telecommunications and Technology. And so, as a leader in that capacity and overseeing, you must know the operations and the functions in the company or church or school, whatever it is, organization. The buck stops with the leader. Now, when you hire someone that is not qualified, and the resume that you just outlined reveals and demonstrate that somebody wrote that resume for her with no previous experience for the position that she is applying for with the metro system. Now, here's the deal. When we look at what was revealed from what you just showed, they had no board members minutes. They had no board members approval. They had no evaluations of the board members, and no standard operations procedures in place. Their risk was high, which is a big red flag. And in terms of the risk factor, they also, the auditor gave them recommendations, for a corrective action plans for them to fix the audit findings that was identified. But yet, Val's busy running around talking about Mark Golden dual citizenship that he renounced, talking about the color of his skin, and dropping the ball on the ministry that he's overseeing with all these cronyism, skullduggeries, and nepotism right before his eyes. You have to connect him to this, because this is a crime scene that he managed, he oversees. And so if he was a wise steward of overseeing federal funds passing through that entity, the Metro's company, then he should be getting reports on his desk to identify breaches, violations, the risk factors, the recommendations. As a matter of fact, he should have gotten this internal audit report. And if he was not busy in trying to figure out where Mark Golden was born, he should have spent time reviewing these recommendations and putting policies in place to correct and reverse and to hold accountable those, the Keisha Mack that was in charge, and her team that was in charge of this. This is another Ponzi scheme. Now, you mentioned that close to $25 million was depleted. These are taxpayers funded. And it's sad that we keep seeing a pattern with this Jamaica Labour Party of the fleecing of taxpayers funded. Now, we know that they generate revenues from traffic fines. They generate revenues from, different systematic systems that they put in place as it relates to transportation. They, in terms of bus fare and the fees that the motorists have to pay and for taxes and licensing and so forth. So this $25 million is part of that pool of revenues that was given to this ministry in terms of helping to grow the country and building up the transportation system. But yet we see that none of these recommendations that you just read was acted upon. There's no evidence from the document you just read, the internal audit, was none. There was no corrective action plan. There was no, we can identify where Daryl Voss put into place, since he's over charge of the energy, technology, and transportation ministry. He never implemented not one policy change. He's a failure. The people of West Portland should reject him. He's not qualified. He's incompetent, and he's a waste of time of getting 200 to 300% of taxpayers' money to managing failed operations like this. This is a crying shame. And this is what motivates us to come on platforms like Mystic Sensation, do the research, and come out and identify and share this revelation with the people week after week. Listen, we have a government that continue 30 more seconds, continue to reveal that they care nothing about the well-being of the Jamaican people. You know, this is why they also put everything in a consolidation fund to avoid transparency in terms of identifying projects and line items that the Jamaica Labour Party can hide and fill their craw with taxpayers' money. You need to take the consolidation funds scheme away, and where we can trace capital expenditures and project expenditures and money received from contracts. Those things need to be a different line item and not be pulled into one pot. And that's where they're stealing the $3 trillion and NHT money, NIS money, and NHF money, and the banana board money. All of that money was dumped into SSL, another Ponzi scheme. So we're seeing a pattern of the Jamaica Labour Party, and it's a crying shame. And you have to take this to the Integrity Commission, Sir Byron. Thank you so much. Back over to you. You're muted.
Wonderful. Yeah, I love the delivery from Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky. Wonderful delivery. Thank you, gentlemen. But we have a lot more to cover. Now, Jamaica, let me talk to you. You have a lot of men in Jamaica that love jacketing, love to accept jacket. Them know say the child is not, his. They know that the child is not theirs. And from time to time, they will still delve in to accept the jacket. No, Andrew Wallace is one of them. And we're going to prove it. Tonight, we are going to settle all the confusion. Tonight, we are going to say Andrew Wallace straight. Because I think might be, he's suffering from some, what you call it?
Trauma.
Dementia. And he's not reading history quite well. So then, for Andrew Honest to want to claim, as it relates to certain economic practices that was set by the People's National Party. But without further ado, I am going to let you hear Andrew Honest, and I am going to take Jamaica and prove it that Andrew Honest is dead wrong and is a liar from the pit of hell. Now, without any delay, let us look at this. So the DNA test was done. So he stood in the parliament and he said the DNA test was done. But he tried to trick the parliament because you know who is Keisha Mack? Right? Keisha Mack is someone who doesn't do DNA tests. But if you carry the DNA test for Keisha Mack to read it, obviously you're going to get corruption. So it seems like a Keisha Mack read Andrew Honest's DNA test. Either Keisha Mack read it or Darrell Vaz read it. And of course, right, any of the two read it, Andrew Honest is going to get the answer that he wants. So listen to Andrew Honest.
So the DNA test was done. The results are in. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father. So the DNA test was done.
This guy's pathetic, man. Sick.
All right, Jamaica people. We all heard that. No, me gonna take Andrew Wallace to class. Me dey take Big Mama to class. Me I take all of them to class tonight. Yes. So let us show the nation. You understand? Who own that? And whose child, right? Who is the owner of that child? We are going to show that it is PNP who own that child. Now, the first thing that I am going to play, right? I am going to play the first clip to show you how Bruce Golden-led government mashed up the economy and where the IMF separate itself from Jamaica, right? And write off Jamaica. I am going to show you. And I am going to show you what transpired. Let us go to the first clip. Jamaica and the IMF Institute of the World Bank. Let us show that. Come, Andrew Wallace. Right? You're live from the pit of hell. But no one believes you in Jamaica. Right? Each day goes by, your credibility has been eroding. Each day goes by, your credibility is really eroding. So this is a situation where we have to prove it to the Jamaican people and ensure that we give them the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. People, let us hear it. And we are hearing from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, Jamaica and the International Monetary Fund, right? People, let me give you the history. I want you to listen this. I bring up this to show Andrew Wallace to stop lying to the people. Just like how you want to give the 90s financial meltdown, right? And blame it on the People's National Party, right? You're a cruel person. Now, let us read. The political mass meetings are still in full swing, but there will be no general election until perhaps early next year. People, I just want you to listen. It means Christmas in Jamaica can be about the imbibing of sorrel and the eating of Christmas fruit cake. As we close out the year, one has the opportunity to reflect on Jamaica prospect for 2016 and the years ahead. That introspection entails our encounter with the IMF. Jamaica has had an epochal experience with the International Monetary Fund. Most activists on the left spectrum would argue that the IMF conditionalities invariably lead to the pauperization of the mass of the population. The history of the austerity measures, which entail devaluation and drastic cuts in the social programs, do not necessarily lead to an economic recovery, but more economic stagnation. The Jamaican experience under Michael Manley's government was calamitous for working people and quite damaging for the experiment with making the state more involved with the productive sector of the economy. The GLP experience, people, I want you to listen now. The GLP experience with the IMF was even more disastrous. Let us get into it, people. The Great Recession of 2008, so this is Bruce Golden time now, people, dried up the country's access to foreign capital markets. You hear that? This forced the GLP's Finance Minister Adlai Shah to go hat in hand to the International Monetary Fund. The Bruce Golding government failed to adhere to the conditionalities of the IMF agreement, and by 2011, the JLP could not put together a budget as it had terminated the relationship with the IMF and had no access, people, to foreign capital markets. Let us read back that over. I want people to get it. I want Andrew Holness to get this. I want all the JLP vloggers to get this. Right? Now let us read over. The Bruce Golding government failed to adhere to the conditionalities of the IMF agreement, and by 2011, what happened? The JLP could not put together a budget. Think of that, people. Think of that. It was so bad. 2011. This was Andrew Holness in power. That's why Andrew Holness doesn't want to speak about this. Because 2011, Andrew Holness was in power. Andrew Holness was the prime minister. So this goes to show you the very lie and deceitfulness of Andrew Holness. Right? The Bruce Golding government failed to adhere to the conditionalities of the IMF agreement, and by now, 2011, the JLP could not put together a budget as it had terminated the relationship with the IMF and had no access to foreign capital market. Andrew Holness said, not tell the people them that. The PNP were returned to office in 2011, and therefore Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips entered into extended negotiations with the IMF. The conditionalities were stiff, as Jamaica had to begin reducing its yearly budgetary deficit and arrive at a balanced budget within a few years. So I'm telling you now, where it started, that the PNP now were returned to office right in 2012, that should be there, and their Finance Minister, Dr. Peter Phillips, entered into extended negotiations with the IMF. Remember, now people, but let us go to show you the pressure what Portia Simpson had to face. Let us show Andrew Holness this. Take that away. Now I'm going to bring up the next document to show Jamaica that fiscal discipline, what Andrew Holness wants to own, belongs to particularly Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. So after Bruce Golding wrecked the economy, look what Portia Simpson, remember the winner, the economy wrecked, right? They couldn't even plan a budget. Couldn't plan a budget. Hear what Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips, evidence number one. Listen to this. Let us find this. Congresswoman Walters, welcome Jamaica. Let us show the truthfulness. Andrew Holness, you're demons. You're demons from the pit of hell, and we are not going to allow you, right, to fool Jamaica. You can't pass through with the clocks. Now, this is not Jamaica documenting people. This is the United States document. Now listen to this, people. Congresswoman Waters welcomed Jamaican Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller at a reception with CBC Chairman G.K. Butterfield and Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. See the people? See the evidence here? January 27, 2015. Nigel Clarke, no, they know where they saw. Yesterday, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, ranking members of House Financial Service Committee, welcomed Jamaican Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller at a reception on Capitol Hill, hosted by Congresswoman Waters, Congressional Black Caucus Chairman Congressman G.K. Butterfield, and New York Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. Now, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, who is of Jamaican descent, delivered remarks at the reception, which was attended by Mr. David Lipton, First Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Francisco Palmera, U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Caribbean and Central America in Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, and other members of the Jamaican delegation, including the Honorable Dr. Stephen Vassiani, Jamaican Ambassador to the U.S., and Lana Johnson, Honorary Consul of the Consulate of Jamaica in Los Angeles. And people look what happened now, people. During the reception, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller thanked Congresswoman Waters and members of the CBC task force, including Representative Charles Rangel, Sheila Jackson, Lee Yvette Clark, and Gregory Meeks for their vocal advocacy in support of Jamaica. During Jamaica negotiations with the IMF, these negotiations culminated in the IMF approval of $923 million US. This is what Portia Simpson has to do to bring back the economy. Arrangement under the Extended Fund Facility EFF for Jamaica on May 1st, 2013. And this is what Portia Simpson said. I really want to thank you, said Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. Had it not been for you, we would not be where we are today. People, you hear that? You hear that, people? We will never forget the Black Caucus and your contribution to the Jamaican economy. When I said Andrew Wallace is one of the wickedest person passed through this hemisphere, Congresswoman Waters commended Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller for her commitment to the people of Jamaica. When you know, say Andrew Wallace and Mark Croskery and you Croskery committed to the investors' money in ISSN, not the people of Jamaica. Let me read it over now. Congresswoman Waters commended Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller for her commitment to the people of Jamaica, unlike Andrew Wallace with Mark Croskery and you Croskery that committed to investors' money and pilfered from the treasury. No, let me make that clear. The Prime Minister is profoundly concerned for the people of Jamaica. Want to hear that? Want to see the care and love what Portia Simpson have for Jamaica? To do what she did? To put shame aside? To go down on her knees and beg to bring back Jamaica? Here it is. The Prime Minister is profoundly concerned for the people of Jamaica. It's business people, workers, children, and families, said Congresswoman Waters. She never said that about Andrew Wallace. It was because of her passion that we decided to do everything within our power as members of Congress to make certain that Jamaica got the assistance that it needed from the IMF. And now you hear that wicked piece of liar Andrew Wallace. Turn up in Parliament, want to claim paternity. Hold on. Congresswoman Waters also congratulated Jamaican officials and the country's sustained economic growth and job creation and prompted IMF Deputy Managing Director Min Zhu to describe the nation's economic transformation as miraculous. You know, hear that, people? Mr. You hear that, people? Let me read about that over. Congresswoman Waters also congratulated Jamaican officials and the country's sustained economic growth. I want to talk about fiscal discipline, the father of fiscal discipline, and job creation that prompted IMF Deputy Managing Director Min Zhu to describe the nation's economic transformation as what? Miraculous. Where was Nigel Clark? Talk to me. Where was Adel Shah? Where was Andrew Wallace? Where were they? But yet you got up in Parliament lying and deceiving to the Jamaican people. Lying, deceiving the Jamaican people. And I tell you, my vlogger said, you can't fool me again. Can't fool me again. You hold me down for a very long time. You can't fool me again. All right, you can't fool me again. All right, can't fool me again. During a high-level Caribbean Financial Forum at Montego Bay in October 2014, according to Jamaican news sources, in December, the executive board of the IMF completed its sixth review of Jamaica's economic performance, subsequently approving a $62 million disbursement under the arrangement supported by the EFF. Now, here people phone yourself. So come here and do all this because you love tech jacket. Your jacket prof. You love tech jacket. Here now, right? Here on the real DNA technician is going to read out who is the father of fiscal discipline. Come here now, Owners. You understand? This is not Keisha Mark. This is not Chapa Chan. This is not Darren Voss. This is the United States Congress. I applaud Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller, Finance Minister Peter Phillips, and Governor of the Bank of Jamaica, Brian Winter, for their determination to turn around the Jamaica economy, said Congresswoman Waters. The unemployment rate in Jamaica decreased to 13.8% in July 2014 from 15.4% just a year earlier. And due to Jamaica's significant structural, here now, fiscal discipline. Come in, Andrew Warnes. Come to the fiscal discipline. July 2014, from 15.4% just a year earlier, and due to Jamaica's significant structural, because this is how we are talking about fiscal discipline, structural reforms the country fiscal performance is predicted to meet all IMF targets. Thank you, Father God, for social media. Thank you, Jesus, for melting pot. Thank you, Jesus, for Pastor Ricky and all of us in social media who goes to the truth. Let me read back over that because I am so proud.
Preach.
I applaud Prime Minister
Preach.
Finance Minister Peter Phillips and Governor of the Bank of Jamaica, Brian Winter, for their determination to turn around the Jamaica economy, said Congresswoman Waters. The unemployment rate in Jamaica decreased to 13.8% in July 2014 from 15.4% just a year earlier. And due to Jamaica's significant structural fiscal discipline, reform the country fiscal performance is predicted to meet all IMF targets. And you stay on the IMF target that Portia Simpson set and bring it now. You understand? As it relates to the debt to 60%, and you are acting as if it is you who have done it. You have to follow the guidelines of the Portia Simpson. Take it away. Let me just go to the point. They don't like the truth. They mask the truth. They tell lies about the truth. And in the world of whatnot. But when you hear the solid evidence coming out of the United States of America, what say you, Pastor Ricky?
You know, I want to applaud you, Sir Byron and Lady Anne-Marie. Beautiful. This is what I'm talking about, man. You made my day. You just don't know. Listen, every parliamentary budget debate is going to be put in the archive of history for students, political students, and other students to review in the years to come. Just like in America, every State of the Union speech given by the president goes in the archive of history. And every political students and historians and media outlets will have that speech to review in the years to come. So I want to thank you, and I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, Sir Byron, for what you just presented, because when lies are told in the parliament and try to discredit the People's National Party, fiscal discipline, and how they saved the economy that was going over a precipice, we cannot ignore it. I don't care who vexes with me, who don't like me. We cannot ignore the fact and say, don't worry about it. You know, we're not dealing with it. No, we have to deal with it. In America, let me tell you about politics in America. Every political party in election have a war room, and them have strategists in them war room, and they monitor every word that them opponent say. And as soon as them opponent come with garbage and lies and propaganda, then boom, put out an ad within 24 hours and rubbish it. Them don't ignore it and talk about we're not deal with it. So I appreciate you so much for putting this out, because what happened during that time, them fountain dry up because them strong man get extradited who used to help fund their election. And then number two, the IMF turned their back and walk away from Jamaica because the previous Prime Minister, Bruce Gordon, and Ali Shah, they never implemented the austerities measure, the conditions that was associated to the loans. And so they failed 14 IMF tests and couldn't get no money from international financial bodies. And so Jamaica economy was crashing. And what also compounded was the 2008 financial world recession in America and all over the world. That also helped compound. So Jamaica was on the ropes. Jamaica was grasping for breath. Big up Mama P, big respect, enough courage, who decided for swallow our pride and reach out to Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California, a great Black American woman who fight civil rights and fight in against corruption for Black people. And Mama P reached out to her, and she was invited to come to that reception in January 2015, 1 year before the 2016 election, which was February 2016. And Mama P, as you read, negotiated and was able to get another loan from the IMF that stabilized the Jamaican economy. So by the time crooked criminal, the Prime Minister came in office a year later, the economy was on its way to recovery, and measurements by Mama P, Dr. Omar Davis, Dr. Peter Phillips, and to some degree, Comrade Leader Mark Golding, who drafted that, they put that in place to help steer the economy. And if Mama P had won the 2016 election, this economy that they ruined today and caused it to be in a recession because of corruption and incompetence, we would have a better Jamaica if they never won the 2016 election. So I applaud you, man. I wish everybody would put stuff. Hey, I'm going to put this out tomorrow on all my social media platforms because people need to know the truth. And you can't make lies and deception, let it go. And I talk about when I deal with it. The devil is a liar. We have to deal with it.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
To you, Pastor Ricky.
Vex.
I'm going to listen to you now.
Thank you.
All right, Melting Pot. Take it away. Wonderful input, Pastor Ricky. Take it away, Melting Pot.
Well, Pastor Ricky was very eloquent in, highlighting the issue and making the statement as it relates to these people and how wicked they are and deceitful. And, they just want to just create a system that, benefit only them. And so, because of their inability to perform, what they do is tell lies. Now, this is where I, have to come down hard upon this criminal Prime Minister. Because I always say I'm going to Parliament and desecrate, Parliament, with lies. And this is one of the lies. Andrew Wall is coming like a man, we're going to hospital and thief people, baby, I look one in front of me right now. It's like a man will go in a hospital and take up people baby and can't go home. And I show him neighbor say him get newborn. Andrew, the younger DNA where you be concerned about are the one where we hear in the public space with Rhoda you know. Maybe you can, you know, shed some light on that DNA there. But maybe you know want size 13, no. But as it relates to the PMP and what the PMP administration had done during that time when the International Monetary Fund, IMF, rejected Jamaica, when we had to, you know, utilize the skill, the brain, and the knowledge of Portia Sims Miller, Dr. Peter Phillips, and the Brian Winter from the Bank of Jamaica, the governor from the Bank of Jamaica. And that wasn't enough. We still had to seek Congresswoman Maxine Walters' intervention to pursue a loan from the IMF. Because as Pastor Ricky rightly said, Jamaica was gasping for breath. The economy was suffocating because the previous administration mashed up the economy with all type of corruption, illicit enrichment, squandering of taxpayers' money. So Jamaica was flat on its face. And I mean, if the American can have this as a pilot project, when they endorse Jamaica to the rest of the third world country, in terms of seeing a country that was gasping for breath, now breathing excellence as it relates to the turnaround of the economy. Under the Labour government, them failed 14 consecutive quarterly, you know, with the IMF. As a matter of fact, them neglect the IMF payment plan because them was using a thing called bullyism. Them bully the IMF. It's like Pastor Ricky that owe me some money. And we set an agreement and Pastor Ricky default. And do have not take a phone call from me or communicate with me. This was what the Labour Party government did. And so IMF was fed up with Jamaica and decide, well, them gonna relinquish all monetary ties. Because these nastiness know what they were doing, you know. Because I've been always saying it on the program wherever I speak, that the Jamaica Labour Party, when they come into power, all them come to this to mash up the country by robbing the country asset and its wealth, mash it up and then hand it back over to the People's National Party. No, they had done their time and mash up the country and was ready to hand it over back. So what they do, they abstain from all the commitment with the IMF. And then when Portia Simpson now took office, yeah, Portia Simpson had to literally crawl on her knee, begging IMF, please, to reattach themselves to Jamaica. And IMF was still being adamant that no, we're not going into any more negotiation. And so Portia Simpson and her team of expertise had to start the intervention of Congresswoman Maxine Walters. And that's how Jamaica got some form of assistance from the IMF and was reunited with the IMF as a lending partner. But here is Andrew Holness trying to claim a thing called fiscal discipline. What is Andrew Holness talking about when him don't even have any discipline for himself, much less we have fiscal discipline?
Same so.
Andrew Wallace is an indisciplined individual from he was a boy. He has never sought to really gravitate and to grasp the mantle of discipline. This guy is a gangster in disguise. Because remember, you know, he's a progeny of Edward Seaga. And remember what Edward Seaga said? One done. Okay? So I'm not coming from any good school. Where is political, educational ability is concerned, where we learn politics from and we learn it from. It's not a good source. So this is why we get a corrupted Andrew Holness, a criminal Andrew Holness, a Andrew Holness who work as a charity worker and come in politics after 2 years working with 47 million. What can go so? So it don't surprise me when them still are steal what the People's National Party accomplished as it relates to fiscal discipline. And you cannot manage even in green clerks. Can't even manage that, so I'm going to manage Jamaica. Because if Andrew could have managed him green clerks, you know, he would have still wear it. Because him use it as a leverage, going around cocking up him foot, him and him wife, and show people green clerks. Where is the green clerks today, Andrew? It look like somebody thief your green clerks when you go to hospital, go thief the People's National Party, them baby, as it relates to, you know, the fiscal discipline of the country. So we don't want to hear you come talk about no DNA and nothing like them sort of thing there. What we want you to do is remove yourself from office, yeah? And as a matter of fact, the best thing you can do is dissolve Parliament right now and call it general election and just get it over and done. Because a blood pressure you get with Jamaican right now, you know. And not just the one them in a Jamaica, you know, but more so the one them in the diaspora. Because remember, we bear the burden of Jamaica, you know. Because not even your number one industry where tourism don't bring the revenue to Jamaica like what the diaspora send here. And it's as a result of your mismanagement of the country and its economy why our people have to be calling us in the diaspora to hear them. So I think you need to do the right thing. Set a date for the general election, quick and fast, dissolve politics, dissolve parliament, and make we just move on and, you know, release yourself of the strain and the pressure where you put on we. Because you don't have nothing good for half of Jamaica more than corruption. And Jamaican tired of corruption right now. Because we see what corruption do to Jamaica, you know. Yeah? Many mothers right now are having sleepless nights, going through the trauma of watching their sons being murdered. And that is as a result of your corruption. The one that you use right through your tenure from your opposition till you now becomes prime minister. It's all about corruption. You have nothing more to offer Jamaica. Look what you do. You bow to United States and remove the Cuban doctors and nurses from Jamaica, leaving your people them in Jamaica to now suffer for health care. No, I'm saying to my Jamaican people, you know, this is a wake-up call. This recent episode that Andrew Holness star again, and keep starring a lot of different episodes. Yeah? It's a wake-up call. This man cannot take Jamaica any further. Jamaica need to relinquish itself of Andrew Wallace and his administration, the corrupt regime when lead. We need to relinquish itself. And this is why I'm asking for a clean sweep. A clean sweep out of them. Not one of them must return back in a parliament. We need a new opposition party in Jamaica. We need to see a new, name on the ballot as it relates to party identification. Not no more JLP. Because Jamaica Lion Party will never change the strategy of how they communicate to the country. Because it just always will be lies. Lies upon lies. Andrew Wallace, shame. Mystic just put out the evidence and show the people them. It flop your speech, in a parliament, Stop desecrate the parliament, man. Have something about you, man. Yep. You desecrate all up where you live. The people them up there live good, you move, gone up at them residential area, gone endorse criminality. Stay in Beverly Hills. Biggest criminal up there, you and your wife. But want to know your two sons them go about in the community. Them head must hang in shame. Because with all the money where you're amassing, everybody knows they are stolen goods. Everybody knows stolen goods. And I want to know how you feel now with the stolen goods. When the American knows you're a criminal. And I use you as bargaining chip to get out resourceful people in Jamaica with help Jamaicans. By dangling a carrot in front of you, named visa. Well, when you make the application for your visa and pay your money, and you're not successful with the application, you don't even get a refund. That's not something where you sell out the country for. I risk people taking up when they make application to visa, Risk. It's a risk and reward venture. Either or either. But with the Cuban doctor and nurses them in our country, it's a guarantee most that the people them will get looked after because we have personnel there to take care of their needs. But you sell it out because you're a criminal. But let me tell you this now, Andrew Wallace. That's why I get to this point, and the reasoning. You feel like America can protect you from prison? You have a next guest coming. Let me break it down to you and tell you now. Because you don't see Andrew. Jamaica is a sovereign nation with its own laws and constitution. And it won't be America who is going to hold you accountable for your crime and corruption. They might have something for you, But let me tell you this. A Mark Jefferson Golden administration will hold you accountable along with your 48 Alibabas. And remember, it's Jamaican justice system will be the final appeal court for you. And that's up, your prison sentence I got handed to you in a Jamaica justice system. Because a new justice system we are having, one where not corrupt, one where clean and transparent, one where no say you need to be held accountable, one that is already there waiting to hold you accountable. Can't wait to get them hands on you. So me don't know what you are doing and sell out the country to America. What should I do? Yeah, if you want a little bit of legacy, because you like to talk about legacy, is to tell America, say, no, so me do the Jamaican citizens them wrong, and at time for me give them something in a payback. So me I going to do the right thing this time. Yeah? And reject your visa policy and keep the Cuban nurse and doctor. But you can't even do that. Because I always tell the people on the program, say, you're weak and you're pathetic. You don't have no substance. And this is why I know you were not prime minister material in the first place. You was a PR guru with a criminal intention. One that was hell-bent and defrauding the citizens of Jamaica and the country. You sold off all the assets and we don't see nothing what you do with the money then. And Sikisha Maka do the same thing down there. Sikisha Maka carry out the same policy, you know, because that's our principle. Yeah. She award contract, but no work no done. Millions of dollars. You understand? So we know how the mode of operandus are so no operate. So me just make you know, say, the deal where you struck with Trump administration is a deal when I have no substance to you. All you do is just show to the entire world and the Jamaican people them, even the doubters them, say he's a criminal. And right now, since you do that, 50% of the doubters them move come over our space. Because them say, you know, the man run and start talk the truth. Because see it there, Byron tell him say him have to bow and see it him bow. Him bow. Then are them a prime minister Jamaican people really want? A man when I found no farmer security. A man that cannot take no further than corruption. Because him have no other plans but corruption. So him can't take no further, you know. Into real development infrastructure. Andrew Wallace no know nothing about that. Just give him corruption and him lap it up like a lapier's dog. That's why when Mark Gia beat him in a parliament, you know, see him face drop droopy like a lapier's dog. Why you think Jeannette Wallace never come a parliament sitting? And as she had the designated speaker of the house, she left it up and get Shirai Clark because she couldn't bear the embarrassment, you know. You can imagine this wealthy couple in Jamaica with excess $1 billion in them possession, but an ordinary man as well them call Mark Golden, who have no standing, him no Jamaican, him a dual citizenship holder. The man they couldn't look like piece of plate cloth. I mean, I talk about whole plate cloth, you know. Rejected plate cloth. Andrew Wallace, you know, no standing and you know, no shame. Andrew Wallace, you need to do the right thing and resign a morning. And that me I tell you. And right now, 97% of Jamaican people, them asking for the same thing. 97, you know. Asking for the same thing. So just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. None of all of who you have around you, the content creator job, them can't help you. The content creator, them what you have around you, them can't help you, you know. Trump can't help you. Nobody can help you. One place I go help you is a prison cell. And I yield back the floor to another member.
Thank you very much, Melting Pot, for that input there. Right? So far, so good. Doing awesome. But where are we going to take Jamaica next? We are going to go to the thumbnail, the dragon,
and the eagle.
And this is where I'm asking the minds of all Jamaicans to focus in terms of what you're going to present and evidence. We have seen that Marco Rubio is making his preparation to come to Jamaica. In light of what? Many people don't know. Now, we have seen where United States use a pretext as if, okay, this is about the Cuban doctors and nurse. Jamaican people, It is deeper than that. And I know for sure that Marco Rubio, right, who just left the United States, right, to visit Jamaica, just to talk about, ensuring that, okay, the Cuban doctors need to go. So I'm going to show you something, Jamaica. Very serious, and I want you to pay attention to this. First, let us show the evidence that Marco Rubio is coming. Marco Rubio, right? Let us just show that evidence, right? And then we get into the geopolitics. I love this. But Jamaica, serious time ahead. Here's the evidence. Jamaica Observer, United States U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is set to visit Jamaica on Wednesday, where he will meet with the Prime Minister Andrew Holness as a part of a 3-nation tour of the Caribbean, according to a report from the Miami Herald. Take it away. Now, those 3-nation tours, right, including Jamaica, right, is in the plan and will be asked to push back on China. People, I want you to listen. This is very serious. No joke about this. Right? Using the Cuban situation as a pretext, America will always use a pretext, just like as it relates to Noriega in Venezuela. No, in Panama, sorry. Now, look at these people. Clip that I'm going to show you. Jamaica need to be aware. The world need to wake up. Right? The BRICS nation is moving powerful. Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré is sensitizing Africa. A lot of African provinces are joining into Ibrahim Traoré, join along with Burkina Faso. People, it's serious. Now, let me play the next clip to show Jamaica and wake up Jamaica that it's serious. Without any delay, News World 359.
What did I write beside it? Write something beside it. Okay.
Let us show Jamaica how serious this thing is. So Marco Rubio visit, right?
Now, China says they are ready for war. And just to clarify, not just trade war or tariff war, China says any type of war that is presented to them against the United States or from the United States against China, they said they are ready to go until the end. China issuing out these threats. And I'm going to share with you the video footage and the articles coming out in the past 48 hours as we're hearing this is a clear and direct threat. We're going to get clarification on this. And in fact, they were asked, do you mean, please clarify that this is a trade war or a tariff war? And China said, to clarify, any type of war. We are ready to take on the United States. Now, let me share with you the latest video footage and headlines so that way you can see it for yourself. Now, like I said, this is coming out in the past 48 hours. Today, it is March 7th, 2025. It says China slams the U.S. tariffs, says they are ready for war. They are ready to go to war over these tariffs. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is prepared to go to war with China over the tariff threats. So the back and forth that we have been seeing unfold. And we actually have NBA players sounding the alarm on a China war warning saying, wake up, America. We are about to go to war with China. Now, I shared with you a couple days ago, you can see March 5th, if war is what the U.S. wants, China gives a sharp retort to Trump's tariff charge, saying that they are ready to go to war. China says it's ready for any type of war with the United States.
Jamaica, I am waking up the minds of Jamaicans. Serious times ahead.
Yep.
Marco Rubio's visit to Jamaica, to those three nations, is to push back on China out of the United States so-called backyard. United States is uncomfortable having China, right, in the North American region. People might hear me and say, "Oh, Mr. Carl." No, people, I am saying that Andrew Holness caught up into a geopolitical affairs. Because
So
you know
true.
what Jocelyn Williams said? Jocelyn said Jamaica owed China a lot of money. And that's no lie. So it's like here is Andrew, here is Jamaica, right? Sleeping in bed with the eagle, and at the same time caressing the dragon.
There
Now-
you go.
Now you have a situation brewing. So then, United States would have to use a pretext in suppressing and pushing back. And so then, here it is, that nations who are serious as it relates to the Cuban doctors, right, decided, okay, all right, we are not going to do that. Now, come back to what we are saying, that when a prime minister is compromised, he cannot tell United States no. Let me remind you people, Noriega couldn't tell United States no, because United States as the lead on Noriega with drugs operation and other corruption. They have the evidence against him. Let me ask a question because I don't know. What evidence United States have against this corrupted party? This is serious times ahead. Now, let us get a little bit clearer with the message. If people getting confused, let us go to the next clip.
What if Donald Trump's second term changes everything we know about the Caribbean's future? A bold claim, sure, but consider this. His policies on climate change, immigration, and trade could either devastate or redefine our region. The stakes couldn't be higher, and Jamaica and the wider Caribbean region must act fast, or risk being swept away by the tide of Trump 2.0. Donald Trump's second presidential term has sparked global uncertainty. For Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, the implications are chilling. Remember his first term. From tough immigration stances to trade tariffs and climate skepticism, Trump's policies often sent shockwaves through developing nations. Now, his 2024 campaign promises signal more of the same, or worse. Take trade, for instance. Jamaica might dodge some bullets here. Trump's tariff hikes typically target countries with massive trade surpluses, like China or Germany, not Jamaica, which imports more than it exports to the US. This trade deficit could play to our advantage, positioning us as a valuable logistics hub. But can we seize this opportunity, or will the Caribbean miss out on what could be a pivotal economic lifeline? Jamaica needs to invest in infrastructure and deepen its partnerships with US businesses to capitalize on its strategic geographical location. The bigger storm looms in climate policy, or rather, the lack of it. Trump's outright dismissal of climate action means Caribbean nations, vulnerable to rising sea levels and extreme weather, could face disaster. Picture Jamaica's golden beaches are shrinking under the rising tides, or hurricanes battering the tourism-dependent economies of the region. Tourism is Jamaica's largest earner of foreign exchange, and a climate crisis could cripple not only this sector, but also the livelihoods of thousands. Without US support for clean energy projects or climate mitigation, the Caribbean's survival is at stake. Regional governments must take the lead in forging alliances with other global powers, such as Europe and China, which remain committed to addressing climate change. Then there's immigration, a powder keg issue. Over 1 million Jamaicans live in the US, many undocumented. Trump's plan for mass deportations could send thousands back to Jamaica, flooding a fragile job market and straining public resources. How does a small island nation reintegrate people who have spent decades away, accustomed to a different standard of living? Beyond the logistical challenges of housing and employment, there's the social impact. Families reuniting under strained circumstances and communities adjusting to an influx of returnees with diverse experiences and expectations. The social and economic upheaval could be seismic, and that's just one part of the immigration challenge. Trump's policies could also disrupt the steady flow of remittances that many Jamaicans rely on for daily living. Remittances currently contribute over $2 billion annually to Jamaica's economy, funding everything from children's education to small business investments. A sudden halt could send shockwaves through communities already grappling with economic difficulties. Jamaica and the wider Caribbean community must move swiftly to secure their futures. First, diplomacy must take center stage. Ambassadors need to lobby the Trump administration, emphasizing that a stable Caribbean equals a stable US hemisphere. Highlighting mutual benefits, such as trade opportunities and regional security, can pave the way for cooperation. The key is to frame the Caribbean as a reliable partner that can contribute to US interests. Second, Jamaica should double down on its logistics potential. With global trade wars heating up, the Caribbean can offer itself as a cost-effective, geographically strategic hub for US companies. This pivot could create jobs, drive economic resilience, and position Jamaica as an indispensable ally in the Western Hemisphere. Third, the region needs a climate contingency plan. If Trump doesn't champion green policies, the Caribbean must find alternative allies. Think Europe, China, or private sector partnerships. We can't afford to wait for the US to act. Our survival depends on it. Moreover, regional countries must invest in renewable energy sources such as solar and wind, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and mitigating the long-term effects of climate change. Another crucial step is strengthening community resilience. If mass deportations occur, governments must establish programs to support returning citizens. These could include vocational training, job placement initiatives, and...
Let us go to the panel, and for persons who in the chat want to participate. So let me set the framework here. So we have the eagle and we have the dragon. The dragon that represents China, the eagle represents the United States. Now, the American in fear for any Caribbean country sucking up to China. A fear of those countries, right, go BRICS, right, and crush the American dollar. People, listen up, listen up. And so then this fear is very serious as it relates to the United States. Now, the position that Jamaica is in as it relates to geopolitical affairs, China invests a lot in Jamaica. China has a lot of investment in Jamaica. When no other countries want to facilitate like the highways and the byways, it is China who came forward and did that. China have made, you understand, advancement as it relates to structural projects and so forth. You see that, every Jamaican see that. Now here it is. That what seems to be brewing is a war that is imminent as it relates to international policies, right? Still supporting fossil fuel. That's a problem. That's a problem. Because we know that fossil fuel, as it relates to high energy costs, is not going to allow the Caribbean to produce effectively. Come on, people. Right? The economists will tell you that with the high cost of energy, right, rendered us, crippled us to manufacture in a very productive way because of the high cost of energy. Trump is saying fossil fuel straight. China, Russia is going towards renewable energy to relieve people from the high interest rate and for developing countries, right, to develop properly. A lot of countries are buying into that. And that's why a lot of Caribbean countries are taking loans from China as opposed to go to the IMF. People, I want you to understand the geopolitical affairs. Because China doesn't come with austerity measures. And so then, not only Jamaica, majority of the Caribbean countries prefer to deal with China as a result of the removal of the austerity measures, where China is not going to dictate to you to say, okay, scrap your social programs, this and that and that and that and that. China not in that. China lend us some money, you understand, agreed on interest rate to be paid, right? China is not going to tell you how to spend it or how to use it. Anyway, China love when the government is corrupt, because when this government is corrupt, right, the government have difficulty in paying back the loans, and China said, you give me that, man. Give me the WAF. Me want the WAF. All right, and you have to give him the WAF, because you understand, for some years, if I can't make it back, and China will look and say, prime lands. Give somebody prime lands. You understand? That is China, right? But equally, the IMF does the same thing. Because what the IMF does, and the IMF, right, loan processing, right, is more difficult and come with more burden and more pressure. You understand? As it relates to the IMF. So majority of the Caribbean countries are moving away from the IMF and go to China, right? So that they can just borrow the money, you understand, and develop them country. Them not have to scrap certain social programs and keep them social programs, you understand, comfortable in the politics, because they don't have to do that. But here's the problem. That the BRICS, the original BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they are now expanding. This is now a threat to the American dollar. It now becomes a very serious threat because of the growth rate of BRICS. And so then now United States now get concerned, just like how Russia concerned with Ukraine. And Ukraine inviting right in Russia backyard. Because you have to understand the geographical location, as related to Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine and Russia joined. So then Russia concerned that Ukraine want to join entities that bring their enemies closer to them. And rightly concerned that, of course, if you have the enemy so close, the enemy can even use simple short-range missile and get you out. It's a concern. It's serious. And with China situation, the Caribbean situation, right? I mean, as a cause to United States, enemy relaxing so close is a cause of concern. What say you, Melting Pot, in the issue?
Well, it's a serious issue, you know. As you and I know all along that, you know, this would have happened. Because remember, you know, even the Foreign Trade Ministry that was commissioned in Kingston down by the waterfront, America will not use it based on the fact that Chinese built it.
Exactly.
And so from then, we know that there were tedious problems brewing because Jamaica placed itself between the dragon and the eagle. And both the dragon and the eagle have vested interest in Jamaica. So Jamaica being a little Caribbean island, don't know whether to stick or twist. And that comes as a result of a weak, corrupted government who cannot let his voice be heard on any platform.
Father God help us.
Now, as Sir Joshua Michael Manley would have stand up in no uncertain manner and made a choice. And I sure know he would have made the right choice because Sir Joshua Michael Manley is a clean man to begin with, a man of integrity, a man of substance, and he's a credible thinker. He thinks very, very credible before he acts. Because Michael Manley had Jamaican people best interest in his heart. And so we are looking at this government that cannot negotiate properly for Jamaica. We are looking at a party overall that has now placed Jamaica between the rock and the deep blue sea.
I like you put that.
Because let me say this to my fellow Jamaican.
Serious.
Jamaica has the largest English-speaking Caribbean with so much at its disposal, should have been able to stand on its own 2 feet like Singapore. Jamaica shouldn't be bending back way or bending over for no super rich country. Because first and foremost, China have 1.4 billion people. America have 200 odd million. Jamaica only have 2.8 million. That's supposed to easy to manage.
Yeah.
With our, you know, climate to grow food and feed the nation.
We have a lot of resources.
With our backside, with our famous Blue Mountain coffee, with our culture, with our tourism sector. We have so much going for us. But yet still, we have nothing today.
Corruption.
When you look at Jamaica, with the slogan, land of food and water, but importing water. Importing ice. Importing red peas. Importing carrot. What can go so? Importing Irish. stifling your local economy, and devastating your agriculture sector. What can go so? So this is why we are now a country that has no recognition apart from corruption and poverty. Just recently, the United Nations had to put out a poverty alert warning. That is bad. That is bad. Because as I just outlined, what we have at our disposal, and when you add the fact that we have so many Jamaicans in the diaspora sending free money to Jamaica, like I use that terms for a better phrase. The country no work fee, and them not pay no interest when it comes to the country. It's free to the country to build the country, but yet still the country can't move.
And that is going to be affected by Trump policies now?
It's going to be affected now. So them say fire there must steal. Them think a cool breeze.
Here you go.
You understand? Now the real pressure will take Jamaica, where Jamaica will move from the current state of a recession to a depression. I remember this administration don't have the solution because this administration is weak, pathetic, and can only administrate when it comes to corruption. So I don't know. It left now up to the dragon and the eagle to decide the fate of Jamaican. You can imagine an independent nation that has its own sovereignty and constitution is at the mercy of the dragon and the eagle. What can go so?
No.
So I'm calling on all my brothers and sisters, The time is now. The time is now. Because I can guarantee when the People's National Party deliver a clean sweep at the upcoming general election somewhere to be held around September time, it will give Jamaica the breathing capacity again to open its mouth on the international stage. As long as this corrupted government, who the entire world, more so United States, have their details, everything that and cross, we can't go anywhere. But a clean Mark Golding and his administration can take Jamaica to a place of safety and pride. Because Mark Golding will be able to negotiate and negotiate properly and make negotiation that makes sense for Jamaican. Mark Golding will not be drawn into any, geopolitical affair. But under Andrew Holness, it's easy to accomplish.
True.
This is why corruption is not good for your country. This is why Singapore can show itself on the world stage to be a country of substance, real substance, in terms of its economy and in terms of discipline, where corruption is non-existent or to a minimal, and more so a nation that has a low crime rate. So, it's just sad. But the good thing about it, the good Lord has sent a Messiah to save us and deliver us out of the hands of Pharaoh and to lead the Jamaican people into a new period in our history when we shall be a more together society where love now becomes a part of our society and where growth and development return to the land of Jamaica. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
What a wonderful delivery. Wonderful delivery. Now, Pastor Ricky, come in the space.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. You know, in October 2024, Cuba joined BRICS, the BRICS nation. And we know BRICS is originally a 5-member country to develop their own digital currency. So we have in the BRICS, you have the B stand for Brazil, the R stand for Russia, the I stand for India, and then C stand for China, and then the S stand for South Africa. So now we know the US government policy against Cuba has gone back since President Kennedy days in the early 60s of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where Russia was attempting to sail missiles into Cuba to point at America during the Cold War. And we know America defeat that by putting up a blockade of US naval military ships. And that's in the history books. If you take American history, you learn that. Now, with Cuba being sanctioned and a prolific amount of embargoes to bring down Cuba and Fidel Castro back in the days, the American policy slightly shift when Obama was president towards Cuba. No airline, no business deal, no trade, no nothing with Cuba. So now with Cuba joining BRICS, in order for you to join BRICS, you have to be invited by the BRICS nation. You can't just submit an application to join BRICS. You have to be invited to join BRICS. So as of October 2024, and this is public information that's, if you Google it, you'll find out, Cuba is officially one of the partner nation of BRICS. Now, I believe when the Prime Minister went to India in September last year, when the report, the Integrity Commission report was being tabled in Congress, in the Parliament, he went to India as a Commonwealth country. He didn't go to Brazil, he didn't go to Russia, he didn't go to China, and he didn't go to South Africa, because those are non-Commonwealth countries. But I honestly believe when he went to India, you know, I think that he went to inquire about joining the BRICS nations. Now, Marco Rubio, who's in charge of the State Department, is traveling to Wednesday. He will be in Jamaica. Mia Motley of Barbados will be traveling from Barbados on Wednesday to meet with him also in Jamaica. Then he will be traveling to Guyana for his third round leg of the 3 countries. So you ask yourself the question, what is in the interest of him bringing the CARICOM, Mia Motley, Prime Minister Motley, who's in charge of CARICOM at this time, to Jamaica? And it has to do with the Cuban medical doctors, because CARICOM is draw a line in the sand to say we will give up our visas and we will not bow down to America. We will keep our doctors because they were very instrumental during COVID and the pandemic, and they save lives, and the surgery they does, and you know, the surgeons, the physicians, the doctors.
Master Ricky, what a point, because I find it intriguing, very interesting. But let me just go to Sister Pat here, right? And then bring her back in the space. What a point. Sorry to Ricky.
Sure.
Yes, Sister Pat, you're on. Go ahead.
Good night to my brothers and sisters.
All right, blessing, sister.
Greetings. Gentlemen, listen, that whatever you say come to pass 1 by 1, 2 by 2.
There you go.
When the little Satan attacked yesterday, in spite of him having a circus, did you look at his face and him body and see how the man was swing?
Yes.
And how he gets smaller?
His demeanor never look him so well.
No, it was just this I do so something, but he not even know if it has sound good. But then this I do so something because he have to do something. And that's why,
I
you know
love
them
that.
thing. And in my opinion, Mr. Mark Rubio, him now come here for just knock Cuba. A bigger issue on that. Very bigger issue. The drugs will come here, drop here, plane gun, nothing. Man go for money up there so, and all type of bag mix up. And that team are coming from. And that team are coming from. And the Chinese them, when they go in here, in my little community where me live, more than 10 Chinese, every man you get up here, you pass to see one new Chinese. Right? And that will be a coming from. And only Cuban alone. And to show you how the man is compromised. If he didn't compromise, he would have stand up to Rubio. But he cannot do it. Losing the visa, I think that would have been a decision. He's the prison term, I'm afraid, man. Not no visa, the prison term.
Pop off the nails.
So you want to make a deal, you know. It's a deal you want to make. But he not study geopolitics like Uno and some other people who know say America use you like a leather. And when you reach to him, I'm going to kick down the leather. So I use America, use him. He not see. So how him a hump up and a hype up and a one. Sing what he cut you know. That is it. God is at the job. I tell you why, you know. God work. He's 1,000 years in his sight. It's like an evening gone. And you only say your money can't help you. It will never help you. You shall go down the blood of the Jamaican people, the tears of the Jamaican mothers is upon you. And it shall follow you pick me. Money is the root of all evil. You get this country when you're born, you're a son of the soil, and you wreck it. You disrespect Mark Golden, and you get when you Keisha Mark. Look how you feel. Dirty clothes just dash on the wild. I use no class to Mark Golden. I don't disrespect Mark Golden. But Marky G, I am putting this to you. When you go in, no have no mercy upon nobody. No sorry for nobody. Then disrespect it until that your beautiful wife when I mix up in a politics. And that talk about it, you bring your wife at 14. If you don't know it, they cut me. If you don't know it, cut me. You know, sit down and talk everything and tell life about Mark Golden. All we know about Mark Golden, he's a businessman, he's a liar, and you don't mix up with that no nastiness. If you're looking at Andrew Wallis' cabinet, Vaz, Montague, Chang, Babsy, and yet everybody mix up in that something. No one no pedophile, thief, gangster. Looking at PMP party, if you see any in there, I mean, I've been one night. Mistake around one of the night.
Yes.
I do a marathon.
All right.
You have to do a marathon. You have to put up all of them. You have to put up. Or you have to put where their name called pan.
Yeah.
And we have to put up all right PMP them. And we have to look where their name called pan.
Yeah. We can do that. Of course, yes. Yeah, man.
Yes.
That's true.
Not recall it and say that stick them off, and then you say, all right, next page.
That's a good idea.
So my brothers and my sister, I can say to you, words cannot explain the wonderful work that they are doing. You open the eye of people. It's our pity say we not out here to mingle with the local people like going to work in the market. We say when the people in here do want to start and come sick. I was at a place I see a special MP come there. Imagine an MP come at my workplace today, MP, And he come like an episode. I ever see when dog and flee people around the dog. Nobody no count you. And you are the MP for the era. You are the member of parliament and nobody no come and say, hi, good morning. Nobody no see you.
My God.
Anyway, nobody no see you. I know back then you see MP. What boss here, what mum, I want sir. Everything I you that go on. Nobody no see you. Don't mention me. Because me see me put on a face. They know you come near. So, anyway, once again, with that class, we are going to do it a little bit.
All
But
right.
me thank everyone for what I do because there is hope. We know seven markets come back. Me must have a 10 be 10 over me because they won.
So true.
And everybody are talking about Mark Golden House plan. You don't hear what the teacher man say the teacher them say when Mark Golden come in, they might come back at their yard because they can't go home in their house, they're coming home.
Same so.
So call it and to call it. Make we good teacher and come back and fix the country. Call it. That you know they didn't try to anyway, I yield back to our next titan.
All right.
All right, Sister Pat. Respect, Sister Pat.
Melting pot boy, I tell you I would want the wrong side, make you walk up in a minute. Master Ricky, you just nearly, you don't miss nothing.
Yeah, man.
Respect.
All right.
Anyway,
All right. Yes, Pastor Ricky. Fine.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
So,
proceed.
Thank you. Me and Muttley will be coming to Jamaica Wednesday to represent CARICOM. And then, so the next thing is that Rubio is going to go to Guyana, and we know the geopolitics between Guyana and their neighbor Venezuela. And we know that America also placed embargoes and sanctions against Venezuela. And then Guyana also has oil since 2015 and is one of the economy in the Caribbean that is thriving and doing great. Now, as it relates to China, remember in 2024, Jamaica borrowed $523 million from China in 2024. China also has the China Arbor company that does roads and bridges and infrastructure in Jamaica, and Jamaica is in debt to China as a result. One of the other thing is that China also have a couple companies in Jamaica other than I had it on my screen. Okay, hold on 1 second. They have China Merchant. They have the China Merchant Port Holding. They control the port in Kingston, or we call it the wharf, the same thing.
Yes, yes.
Trump is interested in the wharf. And this criminal prime minister signed a 30-year lease with China to control the wharf. The same way Trump is interested in the Panama Canal, the wharf in Jamaica or the seaport in Jamaica is very strategic as it relates to
that is correct.
The four corners of the Caribbean. So I strongly think that Trump is going to tell the prime minister to rip up that contract, because Trump liked to tear up contract. He did the same thing with the Iran deal in 2016 when that they to get Iran to freeze their nuclear proliferation. And so he's going to challenge. We're going to see how weak this prime minister is, because now the same geographical geopolitics problem that he found himself in with Venezuela a few years ago, when he had to take side with America against Venezuela, now he's going to have to take side with the US against China. So America does not want China to control the port. The reason why is because China can smuggle military missiles, weapons, explosive into the port in Jamaica. And when they do that, that's a threat to the United States of America. I believe if he tell Trump no, he's going to have to resign. Listen, if he tells Trump no to any policy with China, to rip up any agreement, any contracts, to cancel everything that China does in Jamaica, if he says no, listen, he's between a rock and a hard place like the DPP. If he tells China to come out of Jamaica and rip up the contract with the port, him and China going to be at odds, just like Venezuela right off Jamaica. You remember Sir Byron and Sir Melting Pot? The same thing. If him tell China no and kick them out of Jamaica, like what Trump want him to do, China is gonna cut him off. And if he tells Trump no, Trump's gonna cut him off. So either way you put it, he's a loser. So it's gonna be interesting to listen to the press conference after they meet on Wednesday. And because whenever America do business, they all, if you come to the White House or you go a representative or Secretary of State or the President or Secretary of Defense or anyone in government travels overseas, they always have a press conference because America is transparent like that. They don't hide things. So number one, it's either the Prime Minister wants to join BRICS, like because he knows Cuba joined BRICS last year, and he went to India to see if he can be a part of the BRICS nation. And number two is either Trump is going to tell him to cancel the agreement of the 30-year lease of the wharf or the port, the seaport, that's so many guns and ammunitions, because you don't know what's coming into the island. And so, and then number three, it's either China is going to be angry with him and cut him off. So he's between a rock and a hard place, and any decision, if he please the eagle, the dragon is mad at him. If he please the dragon, the eagle is mad at him. Yes,
hold
sir.
on a possibility. Let me pick your mind a bit and pick Melting Pot mind as well. Right? As it relates to Jamaica seeking the best economic benefit. Right? Do you believe that if Jamaica support the eagle, their economic benefit would be better? Or if Jamaica support, right, the dragon, if you think Jamaica economic advantage would be better, which of the two you say, and why you say you made that choice?
Okay, that's
well.
I'm Melting Pot. I'm asking Pastor Ricky.
Okay.
I'm coming to you. Tell us why you made the choice in terms of what you said.
That is a tough question, because if you look over the years, honestly and transparently, the United States didn't really do anything to develop the infrastructure of Jamaica. What they promote in Jamaica is the green economy, which Trump is against. What they promote in Jamaica is climate change, which Trump is definitely against. He said it's a hoax. What they promote in Jamaica is the LGBTQ transgender agenda, which Trump is definitely against, because he even said in America will only recognize two gender, male and female. So everything that America has done over the last 20 years in Jamaica, let's put it that way, Trump is against it. Under the Obama administration from 2008 and leading up to the Biden administration. Now, when you look at China, China has came to Jamaica, and China, in spite of the bad rice and the bad medicine, whatever I get on there, kill off people, because China has really helped Jamaica in terms of infrastructure, and China has given Jamaica loans. Jamaica was in debt, I think it was $2.1 billion to China prior to last year. Now, America helped Jamaica, but they allowed Jamaica to borrow loans from the IMF, and the IMF is right here in America. And those loans that Jamaica borrowed, as we read out last night, over $1 trillion from 2016 till now. those loans come with austerity measure conditions, terms and conditions that are not favorable to social development and improvement of the lives of the people. So the truth is, I would stick with China's policy, but I would put China on a notice to say, listen, the kind of bad food we're not sending in the country, the bad medication and medicine, on have to stop it because it's not healthy. And I will leave America alone, but that's going to be too hard because strategically, Jamaica is right in 90 miles from Cuba.
All right,
180
Pastor Ricky.
miles from
All right,
Jamaica.
Pastor Ricky. You made a choice as it relates to explaining why you chose China. Let me hear from Melting Pot as it relates to United States, the eagle, China, the dragon, right? In terms of, Jamaica making a choice, which would be the better economic route for Jamaica to traverse?
Well, the best economic route for Jamaica to travel is certainly USA. And I will outline the reason why. Remember, China doesn't speak our language to begin with, first and foremost. Food issue as well. What we have to look upon, our history with United States of America goes far away than China. The only system that Jamaica have that mitigate against Jamaica is we don't stand on our feet. But what we benefit from United States of America outweigh what we get from China. What China is doing is sending its men in here to work and take back the money to China and still have we in a bandage with some long-term agreement paying them vast amount of money, and we get substandard, dilapidated bridges and road. We see them a tear down because China clever. You understand? The amount of people that leave Jamaica and go to America and send back money to Jamaica. If Jamaica is under the PNP, the People's National Party, for a long period of time, like even say 40 years consecutive, you'd have frightened to see where Jamaica is today. And the GLP mash up the money that come from the diaspora. And we have more money coming from United States than what we have get from China. You understand? And even Trump policy, as it relates to LGTB, a good policy that because go to genders we're supposed to recognize male and female. Yeah? But remember, everybody come in with them different policies. So under Obama and traffic, we don't know who he is. Because is that the president we've been rating in America history, Obama. Because that's some little garbage thing we him do. For a man will have a wife and get kids, I want to tell man, say them to do combination. Him wrong. So I'm burn him out for that straight. Yeah, but for me, America is the way. Not China. Remember China destroy a place, under the secrecy, Enough people need to know this. That's why they bring fake thing. China is a corrupt nation that is in competition with America to become the world's biggest economy. That is where the problem lies. It's a tug of war with China and America, so we have to get the narrative straight and clear in our mind. But we benefit more from America than China.
All right.
So the only bad thing now is the borrowing from America. But we never have to borrow from America, that I say. So if we can curtail this borrowing habit with IMF and these places, Jamaica good. Because most of our family members them in America, so I not go sell out America for China. Well, with China, man, and them chop suey, man.
All right.
That's the thing there.
Okay. All right. Let me come in because
what's your take, sir? What's your take?
Hold on, Pastor Ricky. I know that the people are looking forward for my input.
Yeah, more, yeah.
Right? And I am going to lay out right, the advantages and the disadvantages as it relates to the United States. Now, as it relates to United States system of politics, it goes back way in history, right, as it relates to the slave triangle. We must not forget that. Way back in history as it relates to the slave triangle, right, as it relates to Europe, right, going on the high seas, and where the Irish leaving Europe to first settle in New York. They are the one that expand to be the Americans today. But the viciousness of slavery, right, and what we have gone through, for mystic sensation, right, as it relates to colonialism, right, neo-colonialism, capital cronyism, I couldn't side with the United States. Couldn't. Now, based on what happened, the history of slavery, remember that the United States, as it relates to Virginia, if I stand to be corrected, the first state that put slavery in their constitution.
Yeah,
and
Commonwealth
then
of
extended.
Virginia. Yeah, the Commonwealth of Virginia. Them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So when I look at that to see a nation that demoralizes us in the worst way, there's no way, right, I could be a part of supporting that. Number two, let us look at some of the conditionalities that is against the Caribbean. A Trump administration is telling you fossil fuel straight. What does that mean for the Jamaican citizen and the Caribbean? With high energy costs that tie to capitalism and the capitalists who own these energy, but to crony capitalism. So then,
but Byron, one second, Byron. No government now have to suck up to that, you know. Trump can say what he wants, say, you don't have to do it. Because Marky G say when him come in, him go that way there. Now go pass the fuel.
Hold on, allow me to finish now, melting pot.
Yeah, me allow you. Just drop the piece there.
Let me put out all of the situations. So then when I look at that as it relates to, right, the fossil fuel and, right, the global effect that it have, and Trump going against, right, that, right, in terms of it destroying, right, the ozone layer. We know that of a fact. Right?
Yeah. The environment.
I could not support that, right? The high cost of energy is not going to allow developing countries like Jamaica to develop in a way how it want to develop as it relates to affordable energy.
And it have oil too. Jamaica have oil.
Right? So then I am saying that again with IMF that align with the United States, they lend their money on austerity measures.
Yep.
It means they're telling you that you need to scrap certain social programs and maintain fiscal discipline on certain things.
Yeah.
And when you scrap social programs, who are going to be affected? It's me and you, melting pot, who are going to be affected. China not come with that. Yes, let me say this. We know that China, right, has their ways. Not two way about that. Right? But again, as it relates to what China has done in Jamaica, to be honest, United States will never ever do it.
Right, they turned their back.
When it comes to highway development, it is not like Jamaica did not go to United States, but they turned it down. They didn't want to do it.
Is that reason for turning it down?
Right? Now, of course, if you notice melting pot, it is not Jamaica alone in the Caribbean dealing with China. Majority of the Caribbean countries are dealing with China.
And
so
Africa.
if you do that on Google right now, you will see that more than 12 Caribbean countries, you understand, are dealing with China.
And Africa, yep.
Right?
Rubbing the butter on the mouth.
No, but again, if you notice, if you go back into Africa, the motherland prefer to deal with China, you understand, more than deal with, you understand, America or Europe. As a matter of fact, Africa is on the mission in kicking out Europeans.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about that. Because they said over the years of history,
slavery.
They have been abused.
Yeah.
They have been taken advantage of.
Africa abuse themselves. Africa abuse themselves. Black people are too dependable. That's our problem.
Okay, so that is my take on it as it relates to in support, where I think that we would have better economic advantage, right, if you understand Jamaica really traverse the route to China. But that is my take on it, because for me, I don't deal with capitalism. I don't deal with crony capitalism, right? Because look what is happening to us now. And let me show you a melting pot. United States know what Andrew Walnett's administration is doing in terms of the corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? But they will not move him. Why? They will not move him, or they will not involve, because guess what? He's a capitalist. And he defends capitalism. So then, when the United States look at Mark Golding, who supports democratic socialism, which United States mashed up that in the 1980s. Remember the melting pot that it is United States who mashed up democratic socialism in the 1980s.
Yeah, and the CIA, yeah.
Right? So then you have to understand, as it relates to, you understand the United States doing that, right? Now, having us inept to make progress, right? We are trying to do no further. Listen to me, man. You come to me, what you want? You want some money? Right? I want money, right?
Byron.
He said like a particular interest.
Byron, I go all a reason, you know. You see what me talk about in my sovereign nation?
Yeah.
Me believe that my leaders them supposed to build my place so it becomes a China or America or a UK or a Canada. You see them type of guy where we are run Jamaica. You think a CIA mash up Jamaica? CIA uncle aided is the same nasty Jamaica and them who in the Labour Party mash up Jamaica. No, America never come on the ground, come do nothing. So if we have conscious minded Jamaican who know, say, well, look, my country of birth must be paramount to my thought process, them think the right way. You don't sell out your country. Yeah. And you see China and America have, hold on, let me just finish that. So China and America have a thing going. Both of them want to control the world. So in essence, none of them are really better, you know. Because China would have to come with a more better suitable deal to get the people and for join him. Him couldn't come with where America have, with the IMF them a deal with. So he would have to present something, but him set a sprat to catch a whale. You know, so China and yam out Jamaica and a kill out Jamaica. China spend back money in Jamaica. They're not doing that.
All right.
So you have to look on the pros and the cons.
Okay, all right. So when you look at the pros and the cons, right? For me, I will not support a nation that enslaved me for over 400 years.
None of them alone. UK do it too. UK do it too.
I will never ever
that period of time, Byron, was all about slavery. And a black man sell out black man. Why we become slaves?
I think we should move on because you're not going to get this conversation. And Jeopardy will come up.
Yes. I will never ever in support of a nation who believe that I am a less human being than anything else.
Then what the China them do with black people at the end of the museum? What them call it?
Well,
in a modern time.
But listen, you see the reason why geopolitics, right, is crucial in terms of playing it right. Now, guess what? Where geopolitics stand as it relates to the eagle and the dragon, and they want to take control. When you deal with the eagle or the dragon, you have to deal with the eagle or the dragon to make sure that, yes, you are getting the better advantage or advantages that you want. Now, all right, just like what Jamaica is mixing up in terms of taking loans. If you take loans from China, right, certain austerity measures, right, are going to be avoided. If you take the loan from the IMF, you are definitely going to deal with austerity measures that is going to crush your social programs. So you don't tell me, melting pot, who would you borrow the loan from? Let me ask you that.
Let me say something to you now, Byron. You see, if me around Jamaica, I would have the same concept like what the guy down at Burkina Faso have, Ibrahim Traore. Yeah? You see our leader, them too licky.
Yeah.
I love run, go to some big guys for help. Build one nation, and that black people need to do. At time we move away from capitalism, help, and be our own source of inspiration and self-reliance.
Yeah.
Build with one thing. We have backside. We have Blue Mountain Coffee. We have tourism sector. We have sports and culture. What more we want?
All right, but melting pot, you don't answer the
we have the diaspora sending free money come. What more Jamaica want? A corruption mash up Jamaica.
Right.
Corruption mash up Jamaica.
What are melting pot?
We don't need a China, you know. We don't need a Chinese in our place.
Melting pot, hold on, man. I am asking you, judging the conditions that you are in, right, taking over government. Say if you are to take over the government. This is a question to you, melting pot. Judging the economy as it is in, right? And you have the opportunity to take loans from China and the IMF. China loans is without austerity. The IMF with austerity. Which one of the loans would you pursue?
You know, right now, if I take over Jamaica, I don't want a loan from no boy. I build my country. Okay. Me, Kuwait and Murmanat. Me no want a loan from them. Me I do like what Patterson do, relinquish ties with outside money lenders. Loan no good for your country. Grow your country, we have resource. Bring back agriculture, bring back a whole heap of thing. We have all fisheries. Yeah, we can't make a bag of money.
But how are you going to bring back the capital injection? The economy don't have it?
Listen to me. You remember the other day I talked about nationalizing Jamaica?
Yeah.
We have so many Jamaicans in the diaspora that would love to come and inject the funds into building Jamaica. It's red tape preventing that. You lay out a model process plan of nationalizing Jamaica. Let Jamaicans run Jamaica. Stop dealing with these guys and borrowing money at high austerity interest rate and measures. Go back to a grassroots fundamental aspect. How we're going to empower ourselves as Jamaican. We need to start empowering ourselves. This is what Ibrahim Traore is doing in Burkina Faso. You have to start from somewhere. You cannot live on people's idea and people's perception. You have to have yours.
But melting pot, you know that Ibrahim Traore supporting Russia and China though. You know that?
Every country will support another country.
All right,
because we're all in this thing together.
Ibrahim Traore is in support of Russia and China. All right. So let us go to Andrew Holnet's damage and trickery with NHT. All right, and quickly run through this. No, hardball talk up, TikTok. Hardball talk up. All right, let us go to that. Let us speak as it relates to Andrew Wallace's damage and trickery to NHT. Unbelievable what we are seeing here. Right? Okay, we're coming up with that. We're coming up with that. Right? That's hardball talk up. Here it is.
Yes, man, I'm looking for hardball talk up. I wonder what topic is that?
Honest damage and trickery.
Because they're there before.
All right, people. I'm just beginning some patience. All right. So now, again, here is another situation with Andrew Holness. You understand? So tricky and devious and evil, right? As it relates to the utilization of NHT loans. We have seen that Andrew Holness is taking almost $11.8 billion on a yearly basis out of NHT, rendered NHT unable to afford to give affordable homes, right, to the contributors of the NHT, right? That situation now becomes so serious, right? So common sense again. We have Comrade Ida Mark Golden, right, promised to change all of that, right? Because Andrew Holness is going at it on a yearly basis, right? And where he had criticized the People's National Party, yes. Okay, play
it. Andrew Holness did not remember this.
The government has tabled the bills again. We had heard discussions were going on behind the scene. Has the opposition's position shifted? Are you ready to support the CCJ?
The CCJ is a profound change to our constitutional and justice arrangements. Our position has not changed. We believe it is so important that it must go to the people, for the people to decide. We, like all other Jamaicans, want to see full sovereignty. But what does that mean? Full independence, what does that mean? I think that there are things that the country must focus on right now. The economy, fixing our justice system.
Let me just disaggregate issues for just a moment, though, because I know you last year expressed concern about those wider issues. In the case of the CCJ, is it that without a referendum, this JLP, led by you, will not be signing on?
Let me be very clear.
And you have not shifted that position?
That's been our position from inception. That's our position now. We have not shifted.
And when the government says there is no legal need and it's politically dangerous, you'll politicize the judiciary?
I don't agree with that. I absolutely don't agree with that. Our system has so far not politicized any judiciary.
Well, we haven't had a court issue the subject of a general election before, which is that a referendum would be.
No. The referendum would not be a court issue. It would be an issue about where our final justice appeal lies. That's not.
Which is about the court.
It's about the court, but it's not in the sense that you mean. It's not it's not an issue of a matter of our courts. I think it's more of a political issue of our sovereignty. That's what it is.
All right. National Housing Trust. You're going ahead with the case that has been filed?
Yeah, we're going ahead. We have had some lawyers on board looking at the case. They feel it's a good case. It's a matter as well of a constitutional interest that people want to challenge it. Such cases, of course, cost money to put together. Now is not necessarily the best time in the economy to put together all of that, but we maintain our commitment, and our lawyers are working to put together the brief. I've been in one meeting about it long extended meeting about the ins and outs of it. I feel it's a good case. I feel we stand a good chance, and I also feel it is a duty of the opposition to have this area of our law and government policy come up in the courts.
Now, as I understand it, one of your major concerns would be asking for a declaration as to the purpose and use of the NHT.
As opposed to stopping the
right.
government.
So, whatever the legal decision is made at the end of the day, is it that in principle you believe that NHT funds should be ring-fenced to be used for NHT contributors?
It should be ring-fenced to use for the objects and purposes of the legislation. Yes.
So let's just say the court ruling goes either way. Let's say there is a court ruling that says no, actually the government can use it for whatever it wants. You have your belief in principle. Does that mean that as Prime Minister you would then follow through on those principles?
Yes,
either amend the law if necessary,
yes,
and ensure in fact that the dipping into the piggy bank doesn't occur.
And I'll tell you why.
That's a commitment.
It stands as a commitment, and I'll tell you why. There is a point of view that all public funds should be pooled, whether they are in trusts or that, you know, having the public sector funds fragmented in this way doesn't help the central government. But then there is also another view that there are some funds that belong to account holders, funds like pension, funds like the NHD, and those funds ought to be totally excluded because technically they are the private property of contributors.
I'm nearly out of time though, so let me just paint a scenario for you very quickly. Your Prime Minister, funds are short, budget is tight, and the NHT piggy bank is there ready to be dipped into. Wouldn't you?
So let's figure out a way how to use the NHT funds to earn more funds whilst keeping the principles of the NHT, rather than using the NHT funds to pay off debt, which doesn't necessarily generate more funds, which doesn't pay down the debt enough to ensure that you can actually meet the target.
A lot of listeners.
But it kills your growth objective.
A lot of members of the public said, boy, you know, we used to hearing people saying stuff in opposition, and they get into office and say, oh, we didn't know things were that bad. We're going to have to do things.
There comes a point when the public will have to believe someone. I hope it's me the next time around. And there comes a point when the public will have to believe someone. I hope it's me the next time around.
And you're saying it should be because you are stating that this is the case.
I've been consistent. I've been solid in my views, and I've been upfront and honest with the people of the country. I've been solid in my views, and I've been upfront and honest with the people of the country.
Now, I'm just about out of time, but I can't just, I need to just ask you very, very quickly. Former Education Minister, we're hearing about a replacement for the GSAT. What do you think?
But we just want to deal with the NHT fund. So we heard what Andrew Holness said, that the NHT fund must be ring fence, right?
Yeah.
To only, right, deals in benefiting, right, the NHT
contributors.
But not only that, in terms of what he said, dear Melting Pot, right? He said something that's fundamentally important. He said when the NHT funds, right, are to be used, it's supposed to be used to increase more funds. Remember that he said that, right?
Yes.
Now, bear that in mind in terms of what he said, you know. Bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. This is the Andrew Holness that we want to show Jamaica. Now, he campaign, he lobby in terms of want to bring the People's National Party to court, you know. But the People's National Party is going to explain as it relates to the utilization of the fund at the time. The reason why the fund was used was significantly important to the fact that they are coming out of the Bruce Golding era, right? The economy, you understand, was going into the abyss, and of course, they have to use that to shore up the budget. This is why, and it was used only on a one-time basis, right? Just
and if I may just say one line.
Yes, go ahead.
At that time when it was used as a resuscitation to the economy that was suffocating.
Exactly. All right, look at this now, people. Let the People's National Party explain in terms of the utilization of the fund, right? I think you're right, Instagram. Right. And so then, just play the Prime Minister defend drawdown of the NHT funds. Yeah, what's right? Because let us skip that. Let us see. Have Portia Simpson, right, explain the reason as to why she used the funds. Something I'm going to show Jamaica, something I'm going to show my entire Jamaican brothers and sisters, right? Just stay with me, right? Because you're going to see as it relates to the level of corruption that Andrew Holness has. Right? The level of corruption that Andrew Holness has. You can't believe it, people. He just cannot be trusted. Andrew Holness just cannot be trusted. Right? All right. Let us look at this, people. So this is 2013, right? Where Andrew Holness, being the opposition at the time, criticized Portia Simpson, right? That the money should not be used, right? For the purpose that it was used for in terms of, strengthening the budget, right? And he wants to take Portia Simpson to court. I am telling you, this one is dishonest, and terrible, Prime Minister defends drawdown of the NHC funds. Wednesday, February 20, 2013, the Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller has hit out at the growing number of critics who have voiced opposition to her administration plan to transfer 11 billion Jamaican dollars of National Housing Trust funds over a 4-year period to assist with the budget. In her keynote address at the handing over ceremony for Phase 3 of the Longville Park Housing Scheme in the Central Parish of Clarendon, the Prime Minister defended the withdrawal. You know what the Prime Minister is there? Here are the facts. The government had a choice. Either we approach the NHT or raise taxes even more, or to apply additional taxes. Portia Simpson, being chair for the people, she didn't want to apply additional tax. I want to spell it out to you so you can understand. I want to know whether they had preferred for us to tax building supplies so that you had have to pay more for an NHT house, pay more for flour, sugar, cornmeal, pay more for all the building materials, zinc, steel, land. They need to tell us where we would have gotten it from. That is the question that Portia Simpson is asking them. She argued that the NHC is making an investment in the future of Jamaicans, and if the economy fails, no one stands to benefit, which is true, because of what Bruce Golding had done with it. And the Jamaicans need to be smart, definitely. So people do not want to feel any pain. They want it to be thrown on one set of people all the time. And I'm saying that all of us, right, as Jamaicans, will be feeling a little of this pain, but we must work to ensure that we protect the poor and most vulnerable among us as a nation, she said. Take that away. Now, you see where I go on this? No, no looking at our people. I am showing Jamaica how Andrew Holness is none other than Satan in flesh. Yes, people. Satan in flesh. Remember now that they, the Jamaican Labour Party administration, under Bruce Golding and Andrew Holness, 2011, right? And damaged the economy. Right? Portia Simpson went to the United States and spoke to Maxine Waters and begged Maxine Waters because as it relates to the 2011 under Andrew Holness, even couldn't even plan a budget. Right? He couldn't even plan a budget. But look at our people. Look at this now. Look at this. Look at these people. Jamaica people, tell me now if this is right. Right? Let's look at this. He criticized Portia Simpson.
I don't know what is happening.
What is happening with the
jumping things? Hold on. Again.
The devil is a liar tonight. Okay, Radio Jamaica. This is Radio Jamaica. That was
hard about just.
Okay.
You asked me to put up the other one first.
Yeah. Oh, and then I asked you to put up this.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
And the other one still.
All right, look at this, people, in terms of what Andrew Wallace is doing now. 5 public bodies should give more details about investment at SSL. Now, people, the truth be told, you know, Andrew Wallace knows that SSL is a Ponzi scheme. Andrew Wallace knows that a criminal business are going in the SSL. Andrew Wallace knows that Mark Craskerry set up an account for SSL in St. Lucia. So he know what is going on. And look at our people. Economist Dr. Andre Arnott is calling for the 5 public bodies which have balances at troubled investment firm, Stocks and Security Limited, to provide more details of the investment to the public. Mr. Arnott is suggesting that as a part of increased transparency in the security dealer sector, government ministries and agencies should also be made to disclose investment of tax dollars. The National Health Fund, National Housing Trust, National Insurance Fund, Jamaica Agricultural Society, Jamaica Banana Industry, right, Disaster Risk Fund, all have balances with SSL. The Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, told a media briefing on Monday that the balances total just under $1 billion Jamaican dollars. Dr. Hans says, while it is not unusual for government ministries and agencies to invest taxpayers' funds, there should be proper vetting of the financial institution. Now, let me talk about what Dr. Hans is saying. Take it away on it. Dr. Hans is saying that, right, you can't just pick up, right, because he has, you know, no argument in terms of government investing the funds. But proper vetting should be done. Right? Now, Andrew Wallace did not need to do any vetting because Andrew Wallace knows about SSL. There's no need to vet. Andrew Wallace have knowledge of SSL criminality. Andrew Wallace have knowledge that in 2013, the People's National Party flagged SSL, right? And limit them. Andrew Wallace led government in 2017, right? Clear all of that in spite of breaches that done under Andrew Wallace administration in 2016 when FSC went there, you understand, found that SSL was misappropriating client funds. Remember, you know, it is not 2016 that they started that, you know. The misappropriation of client funds started as way back as 2010. 2011, Andrew Wallace came out. And in between 2010 and 2011, Andrew Wallace never called them out because he has an account there in the 2008. People, I want to tell you, he couldn't call out the breach in 2010. Breach that he knows about.
Right.
He knows about the breach. Adil Shah knows about the breach. Right? And he chose not to call it out because he joined SSL in 2008. So 2008, he joined SSL. 2008, he took out ADMAT. 2008, Mark Croskery set up an account. You understand? In a St. Lucia. ADMAT account in a St. Lucia. So let's look on it. So then, with Andrew Wallace, Nigel Clark, who sits on the NHT oversight committee board, right, should never allow NHT to do that. But they know why they do that. So then the question that I'm asking, I want to know if those monies, taxpayers' money, hard-working dollar, put into SSL, right? I want to know the Auditor General need to come out and tell Jamaica if those money has been restored. Right. The Auditor General owed Jamaica that to come out and speak in length where that is concerned. We have all of the money as it relates to National Housing Trust, NHF, Egg Tax, right? All of them.
Banana board.
And here is this man. He's telling Jamaica not to trust the People's National Party. But just imagine the people. This is the very same man who know that SSL, you understand, is a Ponzi scheme. Who know that SSL has been stealing money from 2010. He knows that. And so then, apart from that, he also know that in SSL, there was a lot of JLP accounts in SSL. And Darrell Vaz was making sure that those JLP accounts were off in SSL. Darrell Vaz was making sure that all those accounts were off in SSL. So you tell me, people, this is the man who is telling Jamaica not to trust the People's National Party. Can you imagine, people? The man who doesn't sign the code of conduct is telling Jamaica not to trust Mark Golding, who's signed the code of conduct. The man who statutory declaration cannot be certified for 3 years is telling Jamaica not to trust the man where his statutory declaration for 3 years has been certified and submitted on time. Will you ever hear anything like this? Will you ever hear anything like this? And that being said, Pastor Ricky, what say you?
Yeah, the Nolan principles is entrenched in the Integrity Commission Code of Conduct for Leadership. And some of those principles that he refused to sign off on, which is things we learn as children growing up: honesty, integrity, transparency, objective, and, to tell the truth. Now, when you look at how his criminal mind operates, and you're very right, you said it very precisely that he joined SSL in 2008. Mark Croskery, as we have learned from the whistleblower, opened an account for ADMAT in St. Lucia, an SSL account. And we know that he used ADMAT shell company to purchase 5 properties, including where he lives right now, his Beverly Hill mansion. So for him to talk like that and make it appears that he's innocent, listen, they have taken money from NHT, as you said, Sir Byron, and put it into SSL Ponzi scheme. That was never the objective when former Prime Minister Michael Manley established NHT. NHT, in my opinion, would be something like a partner where you put money into it and then you get a job at a certain point. So the workers pay their taxes, housing tax, into NHT. And at a certain time, they would go back to see if they can get a withdrawal from NHT to purchase their home, affordable home for people. Now, with him using $11.4 billion annually over a 10-year period from NHT, it accumulates to $114 billion. And when you do, let's project to say you can purchase a home for $10 million through NHT back then. Let's say back around 2019, you can buy a home for $10 million. Now, with $114 billion put into the budget from NHT, with that, you probably could buy over 1,000 homes for 1,000 families. So to show you the criminality of how he has robbed families from even obtaining their homes in NHT. So, he's just been deceiving and lying and not telling the truth. But the spotlight is on him. He's been exposed, and he doesn't care about the average person. If you're not a capitalist, wealthy person, he doesn't care about you. His objective and goals is to enriching himself and his cronies and friends in Jamaica and so forth. We have to now ensure that when we go out to vote, we vote him and his party out. He should never even win his seat in West rural St. Andrew. He should not be elected as a PM, and he should not be elected as a member of parliament. So the writing is on the wall, and it's going to be interesting when Rubio and him meet face to face. They had a phone conversation a few weeks ago, and my understanding, a week later, the Trump administration put out the Cuban medical personnel thing, and then now Rubio is traveling there. This time it's not a phone call. This time it's a face-to-face meeting. So I believe Wednesday will be judgment for him. Back over to you.
All right, and Melting Pot just come in the right space of time. Melting Pot, have you heard the information? All right, so let me just go over that quickly, because I want your comment on it as well. Right? Which one did we go to? This video? Okay. All right. So, all right. Let's go to
just give me a briefing on the topic.
Yeah, let me just give you a briefing. All right. We have the People's National Party, right, in 2030, right, use the NHT funds, right, to shore up the budget, right, as a result of the certain shortfall, and as a result also to the fact that Bruce Golding, right, as it relates to the turmoil that they are coming out of, right, with a weak economy, right. So obviously, right, there was no need to get any money from anywhere else. So the choices that Portia Simpson have are that she's going to increase more taxes to the people, right, or take the NHT money. Portia Simpson decided that okay, she will not apply the taxes to the people, because that is going to affect a lot of areas, basic food items, materials and so forth. So for a one-time process for 4 years, Portia Simpson took $11.8 billion that during 4 years to shore up the budget. Now, in 2013, she was criticized by Andrew Wallace and other people, right, and even threatened to take her to court, right, for it. So Andrew Holness came out and said, no, right? That money should ring fence as it relates to that NHT funds must use specifically for the NHT contributors. Now, Andrew only said that out in mountain. You understand? Said the NHT fund must not use the way it was used in terms of put it in the budget. It must only it must use right legislatively as it relates to NHT contributors, right? And him support that 100%. Now we have Andrew Holness, right? Knowing to the fact that SSL is a Ponzi scheme, joined SSL 2008, where Mark Craskerry take out an account for SSL for Andrew Holness, admit account, right, in St. Lucia. And where you understand you have him now, Andrew Holness, knowing to the fact that SSL being a problem institution from way back as in 2010, while immunized from 2008. Problem company from 2010, SSL start to steal investors' money. In 2000, so they were flat. So 2013, right, Portia Simpson-led administration, you understand, zoom in on them, right, and restrict them to do further business or make any engagement. Andrew Holness in 2017, show him no say, him in 2008. And show him no say, you understand, him and them, you understand, in the whole
Ponzi scheme.
Ponzi scheme, right? Him now give them license back in 2017. Anyway, before him give them license in 2017, you know. And in the administration, you know, the FSC went to FSL in 2016 and still find out that they continue from 2000 when them get back they still continue with the shenanigans. Right?
Yeah.
Now, watch this. In 2000, so then 2017, right, Andrew Holness give them back license. Now, what happened? FSC, right, in terms of doing what they had done, right, send report to Nigel Clark. Nigel Clark claims, say, you understand, him not see no report until you know what happened with that. You understand, later he came out and said he saw the report. But Andrew Holness today, who defended, you understand, and go against Portia Simpson. Today now, Andrew Holness take the NHT, NHF, tax, right, and other tax funding entities.
Agency money.
SSL,
Yeah.
knowing to the fact that SSL is a Ponzi scheme. So what say you, Melton?
Well, everything points to corruption right there and then. As it relates to everything what Andrew Holness do, after blaming Mama P for using a one-half funds from the National Housing Trust to shore up the budget, as it relates to at the time Jamaica was coming out of a precipice. The economy was suffocating, and she breathed life back into the economy by using that money at the time. Now, only a corrupted opposition that had no ideas or inkling of what the economy was going through would have done what
having some
Simpson did.
Okay.
What Portia Simpson did was the right thing.
Exactly.
And Portia Simpson did not intend
breaking up again. Obviously, Melting Pot having some technical difficulties there. Seems like his Wi-Fi going in and out. All right. So and we're about to definitely wrap up.
I thought I wanted to say something.
Okay. All right. Wifey, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Okay, my take on this whole NHT thing with the government being able to go into the fund and shore up the budget. Remember, NHT money is not really tax money, it's a contribution.
Yes.
People are saving their money within this institution in order to own a home. It's a pooled effort, as Pastor Ricky had said, like a partner. And then at the end of it, you either get your returns on what you have pulled into it, or you're able to own a home. Now, I think the NHT must come from under the umbrella of the government and go into like a trust. Mm-hmm. Let an independent body manage NHT, not the government, to avoid this happening again. Because really, the government in taking the money from NHT is actually borrowing people's money that is not going to be paid back.
Right.
Because it's people's savings. It's like my bank account. You're dipping into my bank account without asking my permission, because it's not tax dollars per se. It's a contribution towards owning a home. It's not money towards running the country. It's money towards home ownership that people are pulling their money into collectively, right? So the government should not be dipping into it, because it is not tax dollars. It's not tax funding. It's contribution that people are pulling in for future home ownership, or if you don't get to own a home as yearly, you get some returns back from what you have been putting into it. It's more like a savings and not a tax, a collection of tax per se. So I think it should be managed independently of the government from now on, so that this does not happen, because contributors' money are being taken that is not going to be paid back.
Okay. How do I see that as it relates to it managing independently, right? You know, I don't want it to look like, right, I am, you know, opposing that. But how do we ensure the level of protection, as we have seen with, you know, how, you know, system can be corrupted, as it relates to, we have seen even with the non-banking entities, right? And, you know, the history of it.
But the whole government system is corrupted right now. All we have to do is have oversight bodies, independent oversight bodies that can look into the affairs of what is happening. But for the government to continue dipping into it, it's like you're going into my bank account and taking my money without my permission that I'm not going to get back.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's fair. It's really a fair observation with that, right? I believe that it must use for the purpose as it what it, you know, meant to do.
Tax dollars, it's people's savings, it's
right?
Actual savings.
Yes,
yes, and
let me allow you to finish.
And what is more significant, you know, as it relates to NHT money becoming a subsidy for the budget, is the fact that, you know, the budget supposed to be supplemented from taxpayers' contribution separately from the NHT, because the NHT is a special contribution tax that is primarily designated for housing purposes. So I know the government already commissioned their projected budget from projected tax revenue. So the budget should be kept within that margin. Don't go over and go over budget, because that is where mismanagement becomes a part of your economy. Just like how you are importing more than what you're exporting. So everything must be, you know, kept in a manageable structure. As what Anne-Marie just said, you know, even the NHT, you have oversight body who administrate the NHT fund and give accountable update on the NHT fund and the situation regarding the NHT. It cannot be left to Andrew Holness and his administration with their bully tactics and dictatorship to just go in and dip their hand into NHT contributors' money, because that becomes a system of double taxation to forge funding the budget. The government get taxed from consumer items, them get taxed from land property, them get taxed from the divestment of, you know, the various entities, and they get taxed from even the remittance money.
And get taxed from certain breaches.
But remember,
exactly.
It's not tax dollars, it's contribution.
Exactly.
It's not tax dollars.
Yeah.
It's not tax.
It's your savings.
Yes.
You need to put that separate and apart from the tax, because it's not a tax. It's a contribution. Right. It's your savings. They're taking. So it should not happen. You're taking my money that I'm not gonna get back, and that is what
exactly
Jamaican people. You're dipping into their savings.
Yeah.
So this is
we have to agree with that, because that is
of course, 100%. And this is why when Andrew Wallace come and talk about no new tax, NHT is a new tax. Get the facts straight in the head, Andrew Wallace. What you talking about, no new tax? When you're using NHT money to shore up your budget and it's not being returned, it's not like it's given back to the NHT. So that's a new tax. A massive amount of new tax that. So Andrew Wallace, as I know him to be, he's a 3-card master player.
So you're
3-card master player.
Come on.
You understand? Because the same thing that him oppose, him do it. And him do it on a broader scale than what Portia did. Because Portia back was up against the wall. And if I may want to use a scenario, it's like Byron, you and Anne-Marie there and you have your kids. Yeah, yes. But you know I'm doing like a saving.
Yeah.
Something happened between you and you couldn't, you know, come up with the fund. But your little son have a little thing around there. You borrow it off of him. Save you from go borrow from the bank.
Yes.
Who wasn't about to lend you nothing at the time either.
Yes.
Good. So that was just a short, you know, stopgap procedure.
But you have to pay it.
But this guy come and take it on a long-term basis and don't look like him even out for relinquish it. He has no idea of stopping taking the NHT money.
But and apart from that, the amount of money that being taken out of the NHT and put in SSL, what happened to the status of that? Because Pastor Ricky and Melting Pot, isn't that we want to know, right? What is the status of that money?
Yeah, we need to be told. We need to be told.
So SSL, right? Did they get it back? What happened? So the Auditor General need to come out and speak.
You know what? The Auditor General makes her report available every December, but I don't recall, and I might have to revisit the Auditor General report. I don't recall seeing her have any information on NHT, NIS, NHF, or the Banana Board funds that was used to put into this Ponzi scheme. Because if she is auditing all 19 government agencies, then all 19 government agencies should be within the perimeters of her report. Don't you think?
I believe so, of course.
Yes, but there is nothing coming from the Auditor General in regards to all of these agencies and their monies, as it relates to what they know went on with Andrew Wallace taking money from these agencies and put it into SSL, because somebody would have to give account for that money, you know. Because Andrew couldn't just take it like that. Andrew asked for it and it was approved by the people in charge of these agencies, the managerial side of things. So a lot of people, as I've been saying, is involved in this corruption. This ring is far and wide than we think. Because the silence that remains as it relates to since the SSL saga came about, and we having creditable knowledge of these various government agency money that went into SSL. I think the administration for these agencies should have come out and clear the air. It's either you get it back or you did not get it back. It's not too hard to say. But there's a usher silence, and whenever you find usher silence, it shows you that corruption is there. Corruption is there. A lot of people are involved in this scheme of corruption in Jamaica. Not just the politician, but some managers within these sectors.
Directors.
Because if you look at what went on, even outsider, when take for the budget and when put in a SSL, him give one of him friends 650 million.
That is Dexter.
Right.
Yes.
What happened to that money?
Very good question. Very good question. Melting Pot. Because
what happened to that money?
What happened to that money? We were told that Dexter had returned the money, but is that true? Right? We don't know if that is true. So our mission, we have to now pursue this.
Yes.
To all of those monies that put in SSL, taxpayers' monies that put in SSL. You understand? We have to get some answers. We have to pursue it because the Jamaican people want to know.
They do need to know. They do need to know. Because I mean, we cannot rely on Andrew Holness and his administration regime government to convey any truth to us, you know, because they are liars. They are pathological liars that will not stop short to deceive the Jamaican public as it relates to transparency and accountability. So we need to know from the people that do the auditing of these places to show us where that money was returned.
But here
that's 650 million.
Look on the timeline, because the timeline is quite interesting. So then Andrew Holness just cannot say, right, to us that he did not aware of any situation, you understand, as it relates to Mark Croskery involvement in the 90s financial meltdown. So Andrew Holness know that, right? Andrew Holness have knowledge of that. However, apart from having that knowledge, Andrew Holness still join SSL, knowing Andrew Holness also have knowledge that Paul Cheng and an associate had transformed itself into SSL.
Into SSL.
Yes, Mark Croskery cleverly changed the name, right, to fool people, because to the fact that they had come out of a situation with the court, right? The court found Paul Cheng Young guilty, you know. Remember, the court found Paul Cheng Young guilty, right, and seized properties, right? But again, while the court was telling Paul Cheng Young not to not to engage in any form of doings, Paul Cheng Young, right, used Hugh Croskery to hide off the properties.
19
properties. So you know that, okay, you're the criminal mindset. You know the criminal mindset. This is the person who Andrew Holness linked with. Then when Mark Croskery did that sort of trickery to deceive people, right? Andrew Holness joined in with him. Now, you have to understand that it is Mark Croskery who take out an account, right, an ADMAT account in St. Lucia for Andrew Holness.
Yes.
So Andrew Holness created ADMAT, you understand, in 2008. And
definitely.
But look at this, you know. Look at this. After I'm create ADMAT 2008, you understand, what did Andrew Holness do next? What did Andrew Holness do next? Andrew Holness decided that, okay, I am going to go into SSL. You understand what I'm saying? Because you know, if you look at the timeline between 2006 to 2009, remember, 2006 to 2009.
About
what
5
was
properties.
Andrew Holness was doing? Andrew Holness, as it relates in the Ministry of Education, he was now facilitating
Awarding
the award contract with Gavin.
Yeah.
Right? With Gavin. Now, all of a sudden, Andrew Holness, at the time, how much money was he getting? Andrew Holness was only
about
getting
6 million. 5 point something to 6
5
million.
point something million for the year.
Yeah, yeah.
So when he created ADMAT and go into SSN, you have the man, you have the Ministry of Education getting just 5 point something million dollars. But when he joined SSL with ADMAT, with Mark Coskerry opened the account, right? Remember that he used ADMAT to purchase up the properties then.
Definitely.
Right? You get $5 million a year. How were you able to purchase over 4 properties? How are you able to do that?
Only God knows. And Andrew Holness.
SSL money.
Come on. All right. Okay. So watch this now. So then, 2011 comes a factor.
Definitely.
Because remember, the board not join SSL yet.
No.
So the money they want to make with Gavin, right? We are presuming, because remember, we don't really have the evidence so far to have documented proof and all of that.
Yeah.
That is what
verification.
That is what FID and Crawl will have to show us.
Exactly.
Now, watch this. If FID went so far, so then we are presume, you understand, that okay, the money that in Ministry of Education facilitated with Gavin, right, would have now showed up as it relates to ADMAT.
Yeah.
So watch this, right? That money, as it is, Mark Coskerry did not now put it in a SSL Jamaica. What Mark Coskerry had done is to take out an ADMAT account in St. Lucia.
Right.
Yeah.
So then, when you look at that, Andrew Holness really don't have an account in SSL per se. What Andrew Holness has, an ADMAT account, which he told the Integrity Commission lied that ADMAT did not have an account. Yes, I listened. I listened to some program today, you know, and I went back in terms of Lonesome was going through certain things, and I saw where he told the Integrity Commission that ADMAT don't have an account.
Yeah, I remember that vividly. I call
Lonesome and Lonesome live before me even come on my show. I was saying, Lonesome, just there's something where trigger something in my head, you know. You understand? And based on what you show say Andrew, tell the Integrity Commission investigators, say ADMAT don't have no account. Now, the whistleblower is saying that Mark Coskerry open an account.
Open the account for ADMAT in St. Lucia.
For ADMAT in St. Lucia.
Right. So
that is the reason why ADMAT couldn't stay in Jamaica.
No.
So when people are saying that, okay, all right, Andrew Holness and that stats, Andrew Holness never really did that stats, you know.
It wasn't tax. It was the essence.
It was
them could have paid tax.
He was to move ADMAT off of the side of Jamaica because he did not want ADMAT to be investigated. So you see that Andrew Holness is planning way ahead.
Way ahead.
Criminal mind.
The criminal mind is planning way ahead and making preparation.
He call it Mensara.
And I mean, Pastor Ricky and Byron and our technical director, you know, can't leave her out. Andrew Holness been planning this, you know, long before him even become the JLP leader. Long time this not the making.
That's why I said he ran for prime minister to continue his criminality that he started.
Of course. Plain and simple, Pastor Ricky. Plain and simple. No two ways about it. Andrew Holness has been strategizing, how to fleece Jamaican taxpayers long before him even become the party leader for the JLP. That's why, what I'm Pastor Ricky, I won't belong. That's why, if you notice, Him use violence to win the leadership election at the national arena. He took 7 busload of people there.
Yes.
And invade the space that's even the people I'm working on the day. At the gallop where never seen before in the history of Jamaica politics. A party leadership on the day of selecting the leader was thrown into turmoil because of this nastiness Andrew Holness. You understand? So by all means, Andrew Holness did not intend to lose his visionary mind of defeating the process of democratic movements in Jamaica as it relates to our law and our constitution. Yeah? Him want to make sure no say him have a strong role upon them 2 aspects there of the country. The law and the constitution. So by becoming a prime minister, having a blueprint that him get from Siaga, know how to manipulate the space, yeah? Him carry out the act.
Yeah.
Siaga did it, but Siaga did it on a more lower scale and to take it to a higher level.
But you know what?
You understand?
You know what? He did the same thing Dalrymple did. For 6 years, she lied to the Integrity Commission about the Mercedes-Benz and the concession. Now listen, Section 43 of the Integrity Commission Acts has a penalty that if you file a false declaration or you lie to the Integrity Commission, you can get fined or 6 months in prison. So the fact that Sir Byron, that he lied to the Integrity Commission and said that he did not have an account in ADMAT, which we know from the whistleblower. So he did the same thing Dalrymple did. So now we wonder why he wasn't prosecuted by the Integrity Commission on that aspect of the investigation, not the bank account with his mother and father that the DCP says she not gonna touch. But the fact that he lied and it's a breach of the Integrity Commission Act Section 43, he should have been prosecuted on that.
No, but hold on, Pastor Ricky. Remember that the Integrity Commissioner, the Integrity Commission investigators don't know about this, you know? Because remember,
that's why I never get draft feed.
Yeah, the whistleblower didn't come out yet, you know.
Okay.
Remember, so remember, I didn't even pick it up neither, you know, until
we never pick it up because I mean
because they only went back to 21, not further past 21. You're right.
All right. I tell you something. I pick up that today and Lonesome program, you know. Is when I was watching Lonesome program and Lonesome read out an area. You understand where he said the Integrity Commission investigators, I think Stephen, asked him if he has any other account that he wants to speak on, right? Whether in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica. And he told him no.
Right. He lied.
So when I heard Lonesome read out that, I said, no, but hold on. The whistleblower said Mark Traskery opened an account for Andrew Holness in St. Lucia.
So you need to call the Integrity Commission.
He lied to the Integrity Commission investigator.
This is a new charge for him. You need to let the Integrity Commission know what the whistleblower said. Make them charge him now. It's a new charge him will pick up.
Yeah, that's a new charge. Right? Yeah. And this needs to be investigated.
Yeah, definitely.
Byron, I know about the fact that him denies him have account, you know.
Yes.
You understand? But you see, the time frame, I couldn't, you know, be certain. But now I'm certain because of the whistleblower.
Right.
You understand? Because the whistleblower tell you now the time frame and who opened the account for him. But this time frame go far back beyond than when the SSL saga rumbling come about. So we could know for a fact until the whistleblower come out and state categorically say, yes, he had an account, and who opened the account, and where was the account, and what the name of the account.
All right. I'm going to show you our next levels now. What on the melting pot? I'm going to show you our next levels. Who are Andrew owners coming up with economic strategies 5 and 4? Who are Andrew owners to that? No, ask that question.
Boss.
Who are Andrew owners come up with economic strategy 5 and 4?
Remember, you know, Michael Leach, you know, the man where him and Andrew Wallace don't know them get them wealth, you know. That's why we have to laugh. But Byron, you know, we know that out of my hand back, man. Michael Leach.
Where do you think I'm going to melting pot?
The 143,000.
Apart from
No.
that, Andrew Wallace chose NCB.
Right. Crime in partner entity.
And running.
Bird and feather flock together with the business. Bird and feather flock together.
All
yeah,
right.
2 criminals do business together.
All right. Watch this now. Why NCB? Let us put NCB under the surveillance as it relates to WikiLeaks document. WikiLeaks document is telling you that NCB hosts many Ponzi scheme accounts. Cash Plus, Olint.
Yeah.
SSL, yeah.
Right.
Cash Plus, Olint, SSL.
Money laundering. Yeah.
Cash Plus, right? Money disappear in an NCB.
Where you see? What on the Byron? Tell the people when the money disappear where you see. Because we are going through them. What on Pastor Ricky? We are going through them one by one, you know.
Yes.
When Cash Plus money disappear, where you see appear upon the scene, tell them.
Michael Leachin by a yacht.
All right, move on to the next one.
Olin come in place. Olin come in place. That's why I put a yacht on in. Olin come in place. Right? And Olin money get disappear.
What you see again?
Michael Leachin by another yacht.
Okay, move on to the next section.
Andrew Owners link up Michael Leachin 5 and 4. Right? In 2021, SSL crash, Andrew Owners take out in money. In 2021, Michael Leachin buy a yacht.
And hold on, let me say this now. Let me clear up the yacht thing. This time it wasn't. Hold on, this time it wasn't any ordinary yacht. It was a super yacht that even the BBC had to conduct a panorama. Want to know who is this billionaire Jamaican?
Dirty money. Watch.
Hold on. You're telling me that they are just likely coincident that okay, Cash Plus crash in SSL in NCB, right? Having account in NCB, the money disappear in NCB, right? Michael Leachin by a yacht. Now again, Olint, right? Have money in NCB, the money disappear in NCB, Michael Leachin by a yacht. Now again, SSL 5 and 4 between the Prime Minister, Michael Leachin, SSL clutch in 2021. The Prime Minister take out him account. Where's the again melting pot? You can't this time.
Super yacht this time.
You know what? You know what?
Because hold on, man. The first 2 times, you know, we saw a yacht. But the 3rd time we saw a super yacht. Because the 3rd time it having the icon whole heap of money.
All right.
So you know, we buy a super yacht.
Rua said mistake. There was one named Worldwide School.
Yeah, what this reveal is Sir Byron and Melting Pot, Lady Anne-Marie.
Yes. Come in faster, Ricky.
It's washing the dirty money and then integrated it back into the society or the economy to make the dirty money become clean. So buying luxury item like the yachts, the 3 yachts from dirty money that was in 3 different Ponzi scheme, It's money laundering 101. I mean, any investigator will identify that. That's all it was.
You can imagine a man, yeah, just keep buying it and no use them for purpose and just not stop selling them. Eh?
And then him sell them back. I'm not laundering that.
Yeah, and I mean, relatively quick, him sold them off. You understand? And we know whose part him sell them to, right, Byron? We know whose part the buyer there, where the buyer come from.
Yeah, we know.
So when Michael Leachin I go on with him shenanigans, that's why I'm runway, you know. Him runway just after cross career, you know. And this one will open up more can of worm. You understand? Yeah. Because cross career, I say, boy, it's like the business SSL, him now have nothing to do with it. Eh? Oh, all of a sudden, you know, have nothing to do with SSL.
And him liquidate Paul Cheng Young.
All right. So Pastor Ricky, that's why Andrew Wallace, that's why he doesn't want SSL argument to continue. Because SSL is going to damage the Jamaica Labour Party.
Right.
I've been telling the people that SSL is a state crime.
It's the biggest,
the biggest state crime ever committed in the Caribbean hemisphere.
The mother of all scandal, this man.
Mother of all scandal, Pantapa scandal, and more scandal.
Greatest heist of fleecing money.
You understand? And this is why Andrew Wallace must not be seen on the ballot paper.
I agree.
Neither him name nor him face must not appear on the ballot paper as it relates to the upcoming general election. How can you have a man that is under so much high-level investigation for corruption, but he wants to be seen on the ballot paper? What can go so?
I wonder if they can file an injunction in the courts in Jamaica to block him from representing politics in his constituents.
Let me tell you something. You know what Andrew Wallace do? You know what Andrew Wallace has done? Because remember, you know, we still use the Westminster model, you know, in a lot of our, you know,
but if
policy.
England, he might resign.
And what Andrew Wallace has done, yeah, is desecrate the Westminster policy.
Agreed.
And if anyone from within the UK should hear this broadcast, I think they should act swiftly as it relates to him running for election or seeking to be re-elected as the Prime Minister of Jamaica, knowing fully well that if the Westminster model is in operation in Jamaica, I know for sure Andrew Wallace could not be in the UK carrying out these illicit enrichment, engagement, and corruption. And from day one, from the tabloid break, him have to leave. No, 2 ways.
Well, you know, you can write to the Home Office and report this, you know, Sir Melton. Because you're grounds now.
Them know, you know. Because the Jamaica consulate down in London know. And I mean, remember them have the British High Commission at Jamaica, and them know, you know. Them people down there know. But I don't know what's the problem, why them don't move at him. They know. We don't have to even tell them Pastor Ricky and Byron. Byron knows, so them know. The British High Commission is in Jamaica.
But anybody can file a complaint with them. That's what I'm saying.
We should be able to. Should be able to, you know. Because I mean, you know.
But again,
but again, what would deter them from acting is the fact that Jamaica is an independent country with its own sovereignty, you know. So I mean, you know, but I tell you, man, this man has destroyed the fabric of Jamaica in more ways than one. You understand?
Doesn't he cross all boundaries, or it's just for crime against humanity? What does he cover?
Well, when you say cross all boundaries, what do you mean?
He for international crimes, that institution that deals with crimes against humanity and other stuff where they can put out an international warrant.
Oh, okay.
place.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm
The egg.
Yeah, the egg, yeah.
I don't think they have any boundaries because they can put out an international warrant.
Yes, they can put out an international warrant for his arrest.
Philippines prime minister who was arrested recently for crimes against its people.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So
Netanyahu was, and there's a warrant out for Netanyahu.
Yeah, but apart from that, in terms of what Wifey just stated, the Magnitsky hack is a powerful medium, right, to use. But do we how that would engage? Now, it would be the situation as it relates to the extrajudiciary killing, right, that has been taking place, right, because the Magnitsky Act, right, speak about crime against humanity.
Yeah.
Right.
In that regards, the Magnitsky Act could apply for that, right? But again, we'd have to collect the evidences, right? Put them together, right, and report it. And when they see the evidence, right, they will decide that, okay, all right, such and such and such. And
I mean, the Titan boss, of all of them that they archive, and the Titan boss, one of them and tell them, say, I send them go to prison and them think a joke.
I may have some for him too.
The Titan boss of all of them. Yeah. So when the Titan boss warn them now at Jamaica about this act of atrocity as it relates to the state killing and all these things, them need to take stock of themselves because the Magnitsky law support atrocity against human in your country.
Crimes against humanity, yeah.
Yeah. So them guys down the way you see are going like them out of control, I was speaking to a friend of mine, yeah, a female friend. Yeah, she has ties with Africa. And she said one thing to me. She said, Lloyd, do you think the policemen in Jamaica get a special pay like, the traffic warden, they go out, they have a set rate, but when they put the sticker on the car, when they ticket them get more money. She asking me if the police them in Jamaica get a special money to kill the people them, separate from them wages. Sound funny, but it could be true. At the rate of how them are going down there.
Yes.
Me want to know if the government have pay them a special money for every man where them kill, where them analyze.
But here is no melting pot. Remember that we had spoken about it, as it relates to the extrajudicial killing. But the Commissioner of Police came out, right, and deflect. Because his narrative was that, people are saying that, okay, all right, if gunmen engage the police, right, the police shouldn't defend themselves. That is, no social media blogger said that. But social media bloggers were speaking on the issue where you can apprehend the person, you have opportunity to apprehend the person, your life is not in danger, you did not find a person with any weapon, and you still, right? Number 3 then, as a matter of fact, in some instances, you go into the people's homes, right? And you number 3 them in the
in them home, because look there before yesterday in St. Thomas. The young man in the early morning down, them carry out the raid, and murder the youth, The youth mother said, the time when them come in time when them soon get up to go work, is a working man, them murder, cold-blooded, and never know say it a video. Someone want to hear from Nasi Google too.
They're not coming out.
What is your take on what you saw? Because the video is in circulation, and I know you all watch social media.
And political
spend time knowing what's happening in the social media space. So you must see that video. Yeah, that is blatant cold-blooded murder. Everybody a ball. And I list the gunshot them just a go off. First a year 1, then all of a sudden you hear a rapid commotion.
But you know
them
two different guns make different sounds, but when you hear the same sound of fire from it's
a one-man fire. A one-man of fire. Now that policeman supposed to charge for murder and go prison go spend the rest of his life. because him is a stinker. That policeman that analyzed that youth is a stinker. Yeah, and there's no two ways about that. Yeah, and the commissioner of police must be held accountable for the high murder being carried out by security personnel. He must be held accountable. No two ways about it.
Is that the helmet?
Yes. Yeah, and what we see he's doing, he's been compromised. I don't know who have him in that corner, if it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of National Security. But it has to be one of those two.
And the two of them have him in that corner.
It has to be one of them or both of them. But this nasty, ugly looking donkey face commissioner where we have named Google 2, when face drop down like when cow on the moon, he need to be held accountable. Because them unpicked commissioner where we have come from where yeah, all him should never be commissioner. Because remember him do drink and drunk drive, you know. Drink, drunk, drive, crash vehicle at South Camp Road long time, you know. And him not get a breathalyzed test, you know. Yeah. I will see him come back again with you, you know. Drunk, possible. Because I come off him weekend honeymoon. Yeah. With him at a subject outside our marriage. That's why them a talk about him driver. Yeah. I him a drive. And I him and him counterpart alone in there. Because it was like you're coming back from a nice, cozy weekend, you know, and you don't want to be seen. So I make ear while the sun a shine and go crashing at people. And tell lie.
All right.
You want to know them policemen a lie? Wanna make a report and say, yeah man, boss, all right, man, and please drive and be a lie them a tell on the ground. I even noticed them leave the other motorists who involved in the crash. Yeah? Them leave him as if him not exist. Cross the other side of the road.
All right.
So when we look on this nasty commissioner, him to get relief and post and him to charge. This commissioner need to be charged. We have too much falsified commission. You have Google Gaga, and now you have ugly donkey face drop down on the moon called Google 2. We need to get rid of them, man. Them a mash up the country. You have Richard Stewart with them haul up from Hunts Bay. Where am I the mastermind for the death squad? We are kill off Jamaican citizen. And I use a 9mm gun. I go all about the place a plan for the youth them when they murder them. That need to stop. Oh, you can't have Richard Stewart, known activist, participant of a death squad, but you call him up as acting commissioner for crime. What can go so?
That don't make no sense.
Don't make any sense. And the Jamaican public must make the voice be heard in the process of elimination of these two men, Google 2 and Richard Stewart. Yeah? Reject them all together. We not see we are going to the country. There's no law and order. These two men are there collecting a fat check from the taxpayers and doing nothing but doing corruption work. Corruption work for please Andrew Wallace. Corruption work for please Andrew, you know. And I work for please the citizens of Jamaica, you know. Andrew Wallace, all of them are work for, that's why them unpick. When you look on all Dennis Brook, Magla, where them draw up and I pay a big salary. Not to where I go on, man. Andrew and nastiness, you know. Andrew not for dip on the ballot paper, neither him name nor him face, and many more from within them cabinet. Because we know them. We know the criminals them in Jamaica. Them can't hide. And we are telling people them reject the whole of them. Because remember, you know, them have all them friends we have dead house, you know. Them are analyze the youth them. Because them friends to make money. It's a ring of corruption that has engulfed Jamaica. And it's far and wide. You can even attribute all undertaker, all right, in a Jamaica. a one pathology. Come on, look at that. In our country that have a high murder rate per capita, and you have one pathology. But it is not a government pathology anymore. It's a private pathology. And when you check the link, him link to a guy named Tough Tongue. You know, so we are going. Tough Tongue friend of all undertaker. Dead house. You look like you know, so we are going. Then Tough Tongue would have showing the healthcare for the people. In friend have to make money too. That's how the system run when you have corruption. It have to filter out like a river with tributaries. So this is why if we don't clamp down on these nastiness, wipe them out completely and clean back the surface of the land of Jamaica, we will never rid ourselves of corruption. This is why I say even the banker Michael Leaching have to go with them look a product NCB. That unbelievable space. You know so much people get robbing at that. All old man will put the money in there to bury him. You know, same take it away. And then go do a little compromise package deal and give back the man 50%. The man will get back all our money. What can go so? Time for a change, and I say time come and I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
I yield back.
All right. Well, I'm going to just give you your complete final speech for the night, because we are actually closing. That is it. I mean, wonderful performance coming from the panel. Hitting hard as usual, right? You hear from Melting Pot breaking down and analyzing. You hear from Pastor Ricky breaking down and analyzing. And the two men definitely put on a wonderful performance tonight. And I love it. But I want to say a big thanks to all of my Jamaican people who continue to watch and support us. We want to say to Jamaican people that let us make sure that we are preparing, right, to put the X beside the head, right? You don't know me, I'm going to tell a plane, you understand, put the X beside the head, you understand, because that's my thing there, right? And so then I am going to just move the floor to Pastor Ricky, for Pastor Ricky to say his final piece, right, for the night.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. Blessings. My fellow Jamaicans, this channel has poured out so much revelation, information for you to make an informed decision. Tonight we learned the Ministry of Energy, Telecommunications, and Transportation hired someone who was not qualified, beefed up their resume to get the position. But then when you look at the internal auditor report, the findings is striking. I mean, no minutes, no board member meeting schedule. So many things Sir Byron went over. A total of $25 million depleted. I mean, the criminality continues, and the minister of this ministry should be held accountable, because the buck stops with the leader, and he should not be eligible to run in West Portland. He should be prosecuted, in my opinion, for even what the whistleblowers shared. So, when we think of Jamaica right now, Jamaica is at a crossroad, and March 31st is the time to get, register, enumerated, because this is the most consequential election in the whole history of Jamaica since God planted and placed it in the Caribbean Ocean. And not only that, since independence, 1962, we have had bad leaders, but this prime minister, who's a criminal, is the worst of them all, and he should not be able to run for representation. The people of West Rural St. Andrew should reject him as well. He has 7 other more illicit enrichment members in the parliament in his party that has fleeced and stolen taxpayers' money. When we look at $3 trillion that is stolen, and then all 19 agency is in his office, and out of the 19 trillion, out of the 3 trillion, 12.2 billion comes out of the Prime Minister's office. When we look at funds from NHT, NIS, NHF, and the Banana Board, these are taxpayers' money that has been fleeced, stolen, placed in a Ponzi scheme, SSL. Jamaica, how much more can you take from this criminal? He has gotten a economy that was on a level to grow, as Sir Byron showed the evidence of how Mama P went to the United States and met with Maxine Waters, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and the favor of God just blessed Mama P, and she was able to get another loan from the IMF to save Jamaica from collapsing. And when that happened, she lost the election a year after. So she didn't have time to implement the changes and the policies that she needed, but she got the funding and set up Jamaica now to start sailing smooth again. But election has consequences. And unfortunately, this criminal who didn't run in 2016 to develop Jamaica or to elevate the people, he ran to continue to his criminalities from 2007. And as a result, this is the problem we have today in Jamaica. $3 trillion stolen, $4.5 billion in the SSL, the Motherfall scandal, which include $31 million of US investors' funds. Then when you look at the deplorable roads, the deplorable hospitals, when you look at they borrowed from 2016 when he first came prime minister in November 2016, 9 months later, they started the borrowing frenzy, $1.66 billion from the IMF. So when you add up all the money they borrow up until $192 million this year, it's accumulated to be close to $2 trillion in borrowing. And each time they borrow from the World Bank, the IMF, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Caribbean Development Bank, these loans come with austerities measures, the terms and condition that is not favorable for social development, agriculture. This prime minister, in closing, is a threat to democracy. He's an enemy of the state. And the time has come for the people of Jamaica to rise up and put the X beside the head and vote for change. In a change election, it's always in favorable of the opposition party. And if I can get 30 more seconds, if this government was confident that they would have won the election, they would have called it. Because in 2020, during the pandemic, when everybody was shut down, he seized a moment and seized an opportunity and called the election a couple months before it was due in February 2021. So if he was confident that he could have won this 2025 general election, he would have called it. But the truth of the matter is parties in disarray. There's huge division in fighting, power struggle going on in Jamaica Labour Party, and they're not ready on the 11th hour to run for election when they can't even. So if he can't organize and fix his party and be a leader, how can he continue to lead the country? He's disqualified. He should not be on the ballot. He's not a leader. He lacks communication skill. He lacks leadership skill. He's a liar, pathological liar, and he's going to be held accountable. The will of the people will speak on election day. Over to you, Sir Byron.
It's back to you.
All right. Melting Pot, your last word.
Well, I just want to say to my people, just be steadfast, be humble, be vigilant. Open your eyes, survey your surveillance surrounding. And the word is love. I love you all. God bless you. See you next week.
All right. Blessings for that. All right, my Jamaican people. Yes, we are out. And I want to say big thanks, right, to you all for passing through. All right. Melting Pot, big up yourself. Right?
Blessings, my brother.
Yes, sir.
100%.
Bless you all. Have a
And
blessed week.
remember, people, what on the people, remember tomorrow that we have the interview with Mark Golden and Wayne Lonesome. Tune in to that, people. Pastor Ricky, you don't know the thing, right? Remember, right, people, tune in for that. You can't miss that. Wayne Lonesome with, of course, the comrade leader. All right, we're out.
Blessings. Good night, Sir Melting Pot, Sir Byron.
Yeah, man. Same to you, Pastor Ricky.
In the chat. Have a blessed night. Blessings.
All right.
Yeah, man.